Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 21 video series showing you how to create ER house. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So click on New, drop down, choose Architecture Template, and then press OK. So we start off at level 1, and then what we're gonna do is we're going to set up the grids. So what we have here is architecture, and on the right side we have grids. You can also type in GR. So let's type in GR. That's the keyboard shortcut, and we're going to create a vertical grid first. So I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click from below to above, in the middle, or where the elevation tags are. So I'm just going to add it right there, and then press escape, and then escape again. Now we have our number 1 grid right here. You can select that, and then after that, CO, that's the copy command under modify, and this is the icon on that. So that's CO. Make sure multiple is checked. So I'm gonna check multiple, and then I'm going to click it again. It's already highlighted, and as you can see, there is a temporary dash line around it. So it's already selected, and then I'm going to move it on the right side because we're going to add in multiple grid lines. So let me put it on the right side, and then I'm going to type in 3640 1343, and this one make it 5500. This is 2000. Press escape and then escape again. So now we finished with the vertical. Let's do the horizontal. So type in GR again, and then here let's put it from the right to the left and give it some space right here. We could also move this one down, and we could grab all of them and then move it in the middle of the elevation tags. So as you can see, I push it down right here, and then I move it so that we have space here, because we're going to add in some dimensions right here afterwards. But as you can see, after 5 it created 6, but here I want to put a letter. So what you do is just click on multiple times, and then just type in capital A, and then click on the space around it. So now we can type in CO, that's to copy again. Multiple times is already checked because we already done this. And then here, just grab it again, moving it below. Make sure it's 90 degrees so that everything is aligned together. And then now I'm gonna type in 2480. This will be going 1200 next, and then this will be 900 next. Next thing will be 4000. Next will be 2700, and then after that type in 3700, And then here we have 3500, and then here we can put in 1400, so 1400. Press escape and then escape again. And as you can see, we have our grid lines added. What we can do is we could grab one of the grid lines, and as you can see, there's a dash line right there, temporary dash line. It indicates is that once you grab one of this, all of them will be moved. So here I'm gonna move it upwards because it's too much, and I want it to be neatly added right here. So here I'm going to move this one as well to the left side, and then press escape multiple times. You can grab it again and move it to the center so that all elevation tags will be shown. And if we click the view right here, it will show our model once we add everything else. So after that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on align dimension or type in DI. We're going to add dimensions on all of our grid lines. So I'm gonna add run here, and it will be consistent. So it will be added multiple times, and as you can see, it's very easy. And then the last thing that you need to do is just click on the space around it, the empty space, and then you can choose where you're gonna put it. So of course, we're gonna put it right here because we're going to add in an overall dimension. We're gonna do the same thing on this one, on the horizontal. So just keep on clicking all the dimensions, set it to the right location, and then click an overall dimension. So now we have our dimensions right here for our vertical, and we have right here on our horizontal. And like I said earlier, we have numbers right here. When we change this to a letter, Revit recognize it, and as you can see, it created the sequence around it. Now that we're done, what we can do is, as you can see, this stuff are overlapping each other. To fix that, you can select this, and you have an add elbow icon right here. So we're gonna click that, and then we're gonna move this one downwards. We're going to do this as well right here and move it somewhere like there. And if you want to add grid bubbles on the right side or on the bottom, what you can do is you select each and every one of them, and it will create the grid bubble as well. So something that you like to do, and for us it's actually beneficial because we're gonna use the grid lines to show it so that we can coordinate to each other when we're doing the video. So here I'm gonna add an elbow again and make sure everything is aligned from the left side. This one as well, and usually it will show you that there's an align. As you can see, that's a temporary dash line, and as you can see, everything looks much better and everything is organized. So now everything is done. What we can do is go to our south elevation. We're going to add our levels. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to select this. This is level 1. I want to add a ground level. So to add levels, you can do is go to architecture or click this icon or type in LL. So I'm gonna put LL, and here I want to add at least a 500 ground level. And the good thing about adding levels is that once you add a level, it will automatically add the floor plan right here. But if you just copy, so for example here, I'm going to set this one to 3000 only. But if I just select this CO to create a copy, so type in 3000 again, it created a level 4. But as you can see, there's no level 4 created here. So to add that, what you can do is you need to go to View, Plan View, Floor Plan, and then click level 4 and then press OK. Now it created a level 4, and if we go back here, we have level 4 on our project browser floor plan. So those are two different ways of adding levels. So the fast way is, but actually it depends on how many floors are you gonna do. For example, if you create a building, copy command is much faster because you could just copy levels like that. So for example here, I'm just gonna type in CO, copy multiple times. As you can see, it's so fast to add. But as you can see, there's nothing added here on our floor plan, so you just need to do the view and then plan view. But if you're adding just couple of floor plan, better do the level instead, so that you instantly add all of this right there. And of course, we need all our grid to be intersecting, because right now, if our level 4 and then this grid is lower down, it's not intersecting above there. As you can see, there's no grid line showing here. But if you move it up, as you can see, the grid lines is intersecting. So now we're gonna change this name to ground floor. Make it all caps. Would you like to rename corresponding views? Yes, because I want it to change right here. So yes. So you can see it changed there. And here we need to change this to 3. Or you can put it at roof depending on what you want. So as you can see, level 3 was changed. If you say no, it won't change right here, but you will only change it on this side. So now I don't want this one. So let's add an elbow again so that everything is showing properly and nothing is interfering. So you could read your model perfectly. We're gonna go to each and every elevation to see if everything is intersecting, and then the elbow is created properly. This one is good already. And just quickly review everything. This one is not intersecting, so we're gonna pull it down and then move this one right there. So now our level is done. We could go back to our level 1, and then we're going to save this project. So I'm gonna click on save and save it to the folder that you want to. So now that I chose the location, you could put whatever name you want. So I'm just gonna put house, and then here, before you click save, click on option. This is the maximum backup that you can create on your project. If you're a beginner, leave it at 20, so that if ever you have problem you can always come back to the older save model. So here, if you're beginner, 10 to 20, intermediate around 5 to 10. If you're an expert, maybe you could put it at 1 to 5. But it's always good to have um, more backup, just in case that something went wrong. You can always come back to that. So for me, I'm gonna set it to around 5 to 10, or I'm gonna just put it to 10, just to be sure that everything will be good. And then press OK, and then press save. So now let's add in an exterior wall. So go to your architecture, click on wall, and now we have basic generic wall 200 millimeters. In newer versions, what we have is something like this that is pre-installed already with everything on it. So you could choose one of this and then edit, duplicate, and you could just put exterior wall number 1. Press OK and then click on edit. You can then now delete the exterior side and then the interior side, but you cannot delete the core boundary, structure, and core boundary. Those are the things that will stay here. So now I'm going to delete this, and as you can see, this one will be grayed out once you go on these layers. So delete all of this. What you can do is change the thickness to 200 millimeters, and this one to be somewhat white material. So I'm going to always choose gypsum wallboard and then press OK. OK again, and then OK. So now what we can do afterwards is we have base constraint level 1. We want it to be up to level 2. So here, top constraint, we need to change this to level 2, and as you can see, you can also do this right here at the top. So whatever you change at the top will be changed right here under your properties, and whatever you change in your properties will be changed here as well. But here, well, there is more, like the location line. We want it to be center line, chained is already checked, so that's good. And we could now select, or we could add walls onto our drawing. So now what we could do is we could add a wall. So let's add from A1 up to A5. Go down to all the way to G5. Go across here up to G3. Go down again to I3. So leave that one there, but press escape because we need to click on H3 going across here up to H number 1. But before we do that, we need to go just 3,000. So around 3,300 or 3,000 is good enough. So you can type in 3,000 and then press enter. And as you can see, it created that notch. And we're going to add this all the way to the I grid line. Go across to I1 and then move it back to A1. Press escape multiple times. Then after that, we need to add again a wall, an exterior wall. So we could select this and then type in CS. So CS is under modify, and this is the icon. It's create similar. So basically, if you have anything that is already added, if you click that and then type CS, you'll be able to add it instantly. You don't need to go to architecture and click wall and all of those stuff. So it's a fast way. It will make your it will basically make you more efficient. So I'm gonna select that CS and I'm going to select here G4 all the way to D4, and then going across right here up to D2, going above right here up to the C2, and going across right here around 2000, around 2000. So type in 2000 along the C grid. So I'm just gonna do that. CS again, just type in 2000 and then go up right here and then close it off to B1. So we just went across here 2000, go up to the grid line B, and then finish it off at B2. So some of this wall we will need to change it later on, but for right now just leave it like that, because we're going to set the boundaries first. It's easier to set those and then create everything in the inside and before we do the outside, because it's easier to just change it later on. So thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to set up our project. We added levels, grids, dimensions, and we already started adding the exterior wall. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So now that we have our exterior wall, let's add in an interior wall. So click architecture and then click on walls again. Here we could just edit type, duplicate, and we could just rename this interior wall number 1 and then press OK. Under edit, we're just gonna leave it at 200 and the same gypsum wallboard material, because we could always update this later on. It's easier to update, to change this, because we're basically creating types of walls. So later on, once we're ready to go to edit the background or the site, so basically we could change this to a border wall and it will change instantly. So, and then we could even change the height of this. So that's something that we're basically organizing everything in regards with the type of walls that we have. So now we're ready to add walls right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go and click on E1 first, going to E2, and then close this off. We want to make sure, because we set it up at 200, everything is lining up. So that's good, because it makes everything easy for us. And then here, what I can do is we're going to add a laundry room right here, and it will be around 2000 from the wall right here. So as you can see, you can always make this one, estimate this. You can put this one at 2900 or 2800 and then click right here. So if you didn't do it properly, you can just select this wall And then as you can see, you could change the dimension of this wall, and then also if you want to change this, you could put it at whatever number, but we have this at 2900. So that's how easy it is to manipulate the walls. You can also grab the wall like so, and then as you can see, it will just glide to the walls and it will extend it. So I'm just gonna undo that because I'm just showing you the characteristic of the walls. So now that we have that, we could add in something right here, CS on the wall. So we already have that. That's easy for us to manipulate. We're going to add a wall right here. This will be around maybe 3000. So I'm going to make this one 3000. And then here, I'm going to close this off, TR. So it goes all the way there. So trim and extend is TR. It's under modify and it's right here. This is aligned. So TR is this one. So I'm just giving you a better way of selecting TR so that it's easier for you guys to add. So you don't need to go modify and then TR right there. So trim and extend. We want to extend this to 3000. Not 3000, but something like 2500. Because this is just a closet. This will be our stairs right here. So I'm just adding some values right here now. We could basically, the good thing about it is we could basically move this whatever we want if we find it that we need some room. But as you can see, there's enough room for a closet right here, so that's good enough. We can even make this an open area, so we could make this one like we can also add trees inside right here. So it's something that we could think about later on. For now, just leave it open like this, and then after that, select this one again, CS, and let's just extend it right here. I'm going to just extend it something around 2000. So this is just 2000 from that location, from the grid location G. And then this will be our kitchen, this will be our dining area, and this is like an extension of a family room because we're going to add maybe a sliding door or those bifold doors that we have been adding. So something that we could just open up because we have a small pool right here. So we could put the pool right here and then a deck on this side. So something to think about. And then this will be our formal living room. So once people enter, we could just have the living area right here, and this will be the family area of family or great area right here. This will be an office or a bedroom, so depending on what we decided on, this will change for sure. So as of now, I'm going to select again this one, CS, add it on this one, and let's just close it off because it's easy to manipulate. After that, select that and grab it from this line so that this one will change. I'm going to make this one as 2600 so that we have enough space there. And then probably I'm going to increase this to 1800 so that we have enough space for our washroom. This one we could also increase to 2300, and then here we could put this one 3300. So something that we could change off, um, as we could have the kitchen here with an island, and we're going to add in um, those seating areas onto the island right here. And I think we have enough room. We could change this one if we want to, but depending on what we want, I just want to be flexible on this area, depending on how the setup goes. We could even extend this so that we have a bigger backing here, because I want to add an entertainment area right here that we could design and we could discuss later on. So now, once everything is added, um, we could add in again a powder room here and a small closet. So what we could do is we could just have something like this. Once they enter, I want a double or a French door right here. We could just click this one right there, close it off. So TR, trim and extend, let's close off. Uh, Give that in mind that I always change. So if this is a exterior wall, I make sure that I don't just extend this. I always added an interior wall so that every interior wall is connected, not just to connect everything instantly. So I make sure to do that so that everything is separate. And then here, what I want to do is just maybe put this one at, yeah, 2500 is good enough, because we could even extend this, and at least we have the separation of this living area with our powder room and anything in between. So at least we have this part, and then in terms of sizing, I think we could make it 1800 as well, and I think that's good enough. So we have something like that. um, we have a powder room, and then um, what I'm thinking of, there will be an entrance from here to our laundry area. So I will have the laundry area right here. It will have an entrance going from inside and then from the outside as well. So at least it's accessible on those parts. I think that's a good idea. And then we have our carport. Depending on what we want, it's either we put a carport, or we could put in a garage door. So depending on what we decided, we're gonna change that for sure. So right now, I think it's easier to add doors. So let's go and click on insert, um, go to load family, and then go to doors. Doors are system family, so they have their own family according here. So go to residential and let's look. This one, exterior door, this one, the one that we're going to add for our entrance. So I'm gonna click on open. It will give me different kinds of selection. I'm going to open, or I'm going to select all of this. This will be the width, this will be the height. So I'm gonna make it consistent. All my door height will be 2000 millimeters. So I'm gonna select all of this and then press OK. And then now if we want to add a door, you need to type in DR, or you can go to architecture and then select door. So you can type in DR, and then as you can see, you'll be able to add the door right here. So I'm gonna add the door on this location, and then we could actually extend this more if we want to, so that we have enough space here for a small closet as well. So once we enter, we have a closet going to the powder room. um, I think that's good enough as well. And then so that we have enough space right here. So right now I feel that this is too close, so I just want to push it a little bit more. And then we can always change this up, something like that. I think 1200, because I know this is too big for a powder room, but I'm thinking of how can I maximize the space for a closet right here. We could also put in the closet in between here. So where this wall will go, I'm going to put a closet here. I'm going to close this off. So there are other ways of doing this. Here we could take this off, or we could extend this because we have enough space right here. But what's the point of having a garden here, a small garden here, if you're not be able to see it um, from the kitchen? So I think it's good as well to have. So depending on what we decide. So now let's add in more doors so that we could visualize what's the best way of adding and then subtracting or adjusting our walls. So here I'm gonna put this one. It looks simple enough and it's good. So here what I usually do is just add everything. So all 2000 up to right here, hold on shift and then just press OK. Do you want to add all of them? Because every time you load families, it will increase your memory. So I'm just gonna say yes. I want all those selections so that it's easier for me to know. So now type in DR again, because that's a door family. It's a system family similar to a wall and to a window. So here we have all the selection. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put in 700 first. Here I'm going to add this door onto this side. And then we have a room here. It's either a bedroom or a office. So we could choose whatever we want here. I think for now I'm going to put this one as an office so that we have variation. And then because we have three, we're gonna add three bedrooms at the top. So we can add those later on. So here I want to add a door right here and also a door right here. So for the orientation, you can click on spacebar and then you can put your arrow depending on the location where you want it to swing. And then here, you could just add that. We will have it all the way right here on this wall for the dryer. So we have this one right here. We have everything that we needed. We could add in our sliding door. So in the sliding door or bifold door, I have it online. So you just need to look at part 1 description. On the part 1 description, I usually add all the links. So for the first link, that will be all the uh, families that we have right here. So everything that we have right here, and then the extras are the second link. So let me go there right now and add those doors. So the second link will have all extra families. What you can do is download the parametric folding door. So I'm gonna download that, and then a sliding door. So those are the things that you can download right now. Of course, we're going to add in a pool, so we need a pool ladder. So download that as well, and also pot light. So I'm gonna do a circle and a square pot light. So either or, we're going to download those so that it's easier for us to choose which one we want. I also have a bifold closet door. We could add this one as well. So at least we have something. Um, and then here, just show it, show in folder once it's done. And what you could do is you could just drag and drop. So let's close this one off, and then just drag and drop everything, and it will be loaded into your project. But if you want, it's easier sometimes to just load whatever you want first. So here I'm gonna load the parametric folding door. So that's the first one that I load. And then as you can see, it's really big. So we could edit that one. So here I'm going to edit. This one I'm gonna check first. What's the size? So roughly around 4,000. So I'm gonna make this one 4,000 in length. So width will be 4,000. The height is 2,000 because we set the height of all doors to be at 2,000. And then here we have numbers of panels. So I'm gonna make this one at least 6 because it's big enough. So here after that, we pick new host and we're going to add it there. So the look of that, if we check our 3D, will be like that. So that looks really nice. The height, 2,000, and everything else. So that's how you get those parametric folding doors that I use as well. And then after that, because we have a bifold closet, which we selected as well, that's the one that we're gonna use for closet. We're going to create first our closet. So I find that this one we need to edit, we need to create a new wall. So here, edit, duplicate, this will be closet wall, and then edit, and then this one, the thickness, let's make sure this one is 100. Leave the gypsum wallboard material because it's easier to change. So now we could just do is add these things, and there we go. We have our closet right here. So even though it's an office, we're gonna designate this as an office. It's still better to create a closet because if you add a closet, that will be recognized as a bedroom, and it's good because the more bedrooms you create, the better price that you can get. So now drag and drop bifold closet, and then you'll be able to add those bifold closet right there. It's easy to change as well. So you can do edit, you can duplicate this, change the name, and then you could change the width. So you could put this one as 2000 as well for the width, and then the thickness you can change. So you can basically uh, change everything onto this, so it's easy to change. So now I just want to add an annotate detail line. I want to represent the line for the closet. So I'm going to use demolish, and we're going to put in the demolish line to represent the rod that we have there. So we could put this one together and we have our closet there. So that looks very small. So I'm just going to increase it a little bit. So we're going to stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add interior walls, doors, and now we're going to continue working on this. What I decided is to, instead of having this interior wall right here, we're going to create basically a shared fireplace between the kitchen and then the formal living room or living area. So now um, I'm just going to move this one back right here, and we're going to deal with this later on because we want this one to have a significant impact on the area, and it looks nicer if we have that one there. So for now, let's leave it like that, and we're going to discuss the way we were going to do it further later on. So now that we have all of this, I think it's better for us to add plumbing fixtures and even some furniture. So now let's go back to insert, load family, and go back to the main, and let's do concentrate first on plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then we have water closet right here. For now, I'm going to put 2D because if we put 3D, it will make our file bigger, but why not? Let's just add the 3D. This is Revit, so it's just easy for us to add. So once you add something like a plumbing fixture, furniture, those kind of stuff, you type in CM because it's easier for us to add. If you don't, you will need to add, you need to go to architecture, and then you still have to click on component. So that's the long way, but CM is the fast way of adding all of this. So here I'm gonna click on spacebar, and I'm going to attach it right here. So once we attach it there, I'm going to also attach it on this washroom as well. So here I'm going to attach it right here. We will have our sink here, and we're going to have a sink as well here. Also, of course, we have a sink on this side as well. So now that it's done, what we can do is we could add in our shower. So let's go insert, load family, and we have to go back to shower, and then I'm going to add this stall right here, CM, and then add it onto this side. Now we just need to edit this because we need to know how big we need to add it. So 1600. So select that, edit type, duplicate, just leave it like that, and then we need to change this one to 1600. So either one of them, but we just need to flip this. So here what I'm gonna do is CS on this so that it's easier to add again, and then just delete the older one. And then after that we need sync, so we need to click on load, go back here, we have syncs that we have right here, and just choose what we need to do. So we have vanity sync right here. I'm gonna choose I think the square is good enough. So click on open, CM, add the sync right here, and then the sync on this side. I'm gonna put it right here. Why? So that we could have enough space right here. Let's add in the work set or the table right here. I want to do a floating one. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on model, generic model, model in place, and then click on OK. We need to create an extrusion for this one, and I'm just going to add that one like that. Click on finish. Click on finish first because we need it's better to have a section right here so that we can see everything else. Flip it and then double select those. Now we need to pull it up all the way to the top right here and then put it like that. So we have a floating like that right there. But before that, again, let's go back here, edit in place, select this. We forgot to put a material, so I'm gonna choose one of the wood right here and then pull it up. So I'm going to choose this one, pull it up, apply OK, and that will be the wood. But we need an opening here, so we need an void form, void extrusion, and we need to void this area so that everything looks nicely. There we go. Click on finish. What we can do is go to a section and then see the way this one works, and then click cut geometry and it will cut right there, and click on finish. So now the void form of the file do not cut anything will be deleted to make delete, because the way this one works is we need an opening for that. I'm gonna show you guys because it's not visible, it's just like that. So I need to do this again. I'm gonna click on void extrusion again, make sure everything is cut accordingly like that. Click on finish, do the section again. I'm just going to pull it all the way up like that, and then I'm going to cut this one to that. So now it is much better. So we just forgot that part right there, that you need to click on cut, select the the first one and then the void extrusion that you created. So now this one is visible. As you can see, we can see the hole there. If not, it won't be visible. It will be overlap of this block right here. So now everything is good. We need to do that on this side as well, and we need to add um, this one here as well. So let's add in a sink for this part because we already are in the sink area. I'm just going to add maybe a single sink right there. So press OK, CM, and then let's add it onto this side. I'm going to add it right here, and then let's add in the dryer, the washer and dryer as well. But let's finish this one first. Same goes to this CS, or we could just edit and then do the same thing. Extrusion, maybe the same material as well, and then just add the sink on this side. We can center this off. Let's click on finish first and then center this on, and then we select the block again. Let's move this section. So I'm just moving this section right here so that we could visualize this similar to what we did before. Move it upwards, and then here all the way right here. So now go back to level 1, select this, edit again, and then we just need to create a void extrusion similar to what we did before. Click on finish, go to section, pull it up like so, and then go to 3D if you want so that you can see how it looks. Right now it's not showing the circle because it's not cut yet, so as you can see. So now click on cut, select our block extrusion, and then now our void extrusion. So now everything is showing up. So very easy to do, as you can see. And we only have a 2D version of the shower onto this, but you can always get, or you can always create your own shower if you want to. So now let's focus on the laundry area. So here, let's add in the laundry first. So we need to go back to the main, and then go to our specialty equipment, domestic, and then we have go to mid-range, and we have our washer and dryer combos right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add 2 of this. One will represent washer, one will represent a dryer. So click on open, type in CM, and then add this one right here on both back side to side. And then here I don't want the labels to show, so edit and then uncheck show label. So now that's done, what we could do is we could center this one, and then now we could add in the same thing. So select this CS, that will be a generic model, press OK, and then we could add in our extrusion. use a square or rectangle and then add something like this right here. Click on finish first. Let's move the section onto this part, but here we have a slight problem because we want this one to be above right here, so we just need to move this one all the way at the top right here. Okay, so now that we deal with that, because we just want this one to look like that, align this one so that everything is flushed, and then we could add in a cabinet right here, and then also some cabinets here as well. What we need to do first is open this, so go back to level 1. We need to cut the geometry right there, so select this, edit in place. Same goes right here, void extrusion, select that and open this up. Click on finish, go to section, pull it up so that it cuts all the way there, and then here just select cut, select here and then cut, so it will be nice and everything is cut properly and everything is showing. So now that we're here, might as well double click on here, add some shelvings and close this off. What we could do is go back to model in place, so I'm going to select this, edit in place, and then we're going to create a extrusion. Pick a plate, we're going to select this wall because we're going to extrude it from there, and we need a different wood material. (24C) and 24H now. So now we're going to just add some shelvings here to make everything nice. Offset this to 50 and move it on the inside, so spacebar. So we're creating offset right here, and then might as well just add another one without an offset. And then SL, slice it, split element is SL, and then you just need to delete the one in the middle. Now you have a proper overhead shelvings. Click on finish, go to level 1 so that you can extract it, or you could go to 3D so that you could push it inwards or outwards depending on what you want. So that looks good. Go back to section and then let's close this off, this area. So extrusion, pick a plane, let's select the wall again, and then we're just going to close off this area right here. Change this material so that we have a different materials all the time. We could select that later on, especially once you're in Twinmotion. It's easier to change different materials so that you know that you can change it and you don't need to go back here. Here we just need to pull it back, as you can see, and we have the casing there already. So a simple way of just adding a value to the room. Um, Make sure to create all of this already at least. Um, and as you can see, it looks nice. It's good to have 3D created as well. We could just add like a shelvings here if we want to. So something different that we could create. So let's go back right here, click on finish. Might as well create what we're telling you. So now CS on this, um, generic material or generic model, and then here create extrusion, pick a plane. We can select this plane right here, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a shelvings right here. Make sure to don't go above 200 right here. You give it a gap, because once we have the level 2 or created, the floor will be sitting 200 from here, from below of this level. So that's why I'm giving a 200 leg room for this. Here I just need to select, let's change this material just to be sure. We can go H, and then offset this to 50, and then a simple like this will make everything nice. And then I think it's better to just move it like this, and then copy so that we have proper spacing, similar, and then make the last one bigger. SL, you can select one to be one side to be sliced, and what you can do is TR, trim extend, so it's faster now. And then just click on finish. You can click finish because once we're here we can manipulate the model in place. So that's why I like model in place, because you can manipulate it afterwards. And then here what we can do is, if you go back to section, you can copy this, so you will have the same thing that goes around here. You just need a mirror on this wall and you're good to go. You can even edit one of this, and you could go around and have another shelvings right here and make all of this windows. So it's up to you to decide. So at least everything is looking good. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add plumbing fixture, and as you can see, the washroom right here is done. Even the laundry room, and then the powder room right here. So now we're gonna add in some furniture. So go to insert, load family, and go to the main. So once in main, we have furniture right here, and then we could add our tables. So let's add in our dining table first. I'm gonna use this dining table. So click open, type in CM, so you can add it right about here. And for me, This is kind of small in terms of width. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to edit this type. You can duplicate this. So you can put in the name, dining table, and then press OK. And then after that, we'll be able to change the dimension. So for this one, I'm gonna make this around probably 1000. And then for the length, let's make it 2500. Let's make this one 1200 then. Press OK. And as you can see, this is our dining area right now. We'll be able to move it depending on what we want by using your arrow key in your keyboard. And then after that, let's load family again and let's add in some seating. So here we could add in seating for our din dining. So I'm going to use a M chair drawer. Click open CM to add it instantly. And we're going to add this one similar to that. So here, maybe 4 would be good enough. And then after that, we need to space it out nicely like that. And what we could do is select one and then click on mirror draw axis or pick axis. Here we have an imaginary line in between of here, so we could just use that pick axis. Or if you want, you could choose the draw axis and we'll be able to get the midpoint of this table as well. So either way, it works, as you can see. So now let's add in some dining, some living area right here. So I'm gonna load again, go back to seating. So actually we're here and then we're just going to select. I'm going to use Sofa Corbo. Click open, CM, and then let's add this one right here and then this one over here. We could move this one first so that it's not in the way. We already created this. We could delete this if we want to, but just leave it right here. We might use it when we're setting up our entertainment system right here. So let's just leave it like that. We could basically create another sofa, edit, duplicate sofa number 2, and we can make this one around 2000 in length. And as you can see, we have created another type of seating right here, and that looks good. Like I said earlier, we're going to add something here in between that we could add as a fireplace. So we could have it on either side of the kitchen. So now, after this, we're going to add the same one over here. So I'm gonna put this one on this side. We can align it, AL, to align it into the wall. So that's good. And then add this one right here, or we could use is the smaller one. So here we could add in maybe a different seating. So maybe this one. Let's add this, CM, and then here we could add it slanted. So I'm gonna use this door as my guide, and then just press your space bar. It will go to a different um, angle, so usually 45 degrees, and then you could even maneuver it afterwards. But I already click it. I want it to be added like this, and then copy, then add one more. So we have a seating right here that is like that. We can have can add in something on this side as well. maybe on here, and then some lamp over here. So something that we could add on later on. Of course, we're going to make this nice and add in our entertainment uh, entertainment system right here. But let's add in our table, our coffee table. So here I'm gonna choose this one, CM, and then we have our coffee table right there, and we could change it. We have already preset sizes right here that we could choose. I know this one is too big, so I'm going to edit, duplicate, and then here I'm going to change the width to 700 and then the length to be around 1500, and then press OK. So I think that's perfect size for this area right here. And CS on that, we can grab that and add it on this side as well. And then just center it a bit to there. So definitely we could maximize the space. We could add in some side table right here. So we have a nightstand table that we could add. Click open, CM, and then add it to this corner right here. Space it out properly. CS on that again, and then add it on this side. And let's add basically a lighting on that side as well. And here we could just add, we're gonna leave this one right there. It's because we're going to add something different, like a standing lamp there. So here, let's go back to the main and let's add some lighting, architecture, internal, and then we have this floor lamp right here, and I'm gonna use this, and then CM. If you notice, I add one at a time. That's because um, I want to add it instantly. So here I'm doing the trick again to add a different angle that I like. So I'm using the door swing, and then once I have my proper or the liking that the angle that I like, I could select that and then change it like this. So that's good. And then here I add one at a time so that I could type in CM and add it instantly. So I don't need to look for my components right here. So if what happens if you added so much stuff already, it's going to be harder for you to search, especially if the name is change. So for example, if you want chair, you could type in chair, but actually the one that you're looking for is named M Chair Brower. So sometimes it will be a lot harder for you to look or to see. So might as well load them one at a time. And then once you load them one at a time, add it, and then it's going to be faster for you. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a table lamp. So I'm going to use this, click open, and then type in CM and then add it. So here it's not showing because it's under there. So I'm going to use my section view, and as you can see, we have our lamp right there. So I'm going to move it AL and then go to the floor, and then as you can see, I added there. So if we go back here, it's up to the level, the proper level. So it's 762, and then it's rightly at the top of this. So now if we select that and CS again, um, if you notice, it will copy as well all the attributes that is already it already have on this model or component. So that's why CS is very useful for everyone, and it's a good way of doing everything fast. And now everything is like that. So now let's add the table right here as well, because we're already here, so might as well add all the furniture. So load family, and then here go back to furniture, and then let's add in the table. And I believe this one is the best one, and desk. I think it's already here, so I'm just gonna use this and then CM. So now I need to look for it because it's already loaded before. So desk, and then we have that desk right there. Space bar to change orientation, and we're going to just add this one right there, and then add the proper chair for this one as well. Chair, seating, and then we have a computer, so chair executive, and then CM on that, and then add it as well. There we go. So now we have our office room created. We can move this one all the way to this side. There we go. And we have something that looks like that. And that looks good. We can even make this one bigger in terms of uh, width. So here we could just put this one at 1700. And then let's create a copy, CM, or actually here, edit type, duplicate. This will be the return. So I'm going to make this one around 1000, and then the depth should be around 500. And then now let's just change this to pull it back, and then CS, change this to 2, and we have a proper return as well. And then let's select all of them, MV, to move everything. So now we have an L-shaped table like that. So we have that one there. And then now what we can concentrate is the living area, or the family room right here, family area. Um, we're going to concentrate on this wall because we're going to make it nice. So now we're going to click on that, move everything on the side so that everything is clear. And as you can see, we can even extend this one if you want to. So we're going to concentrate on this. We're going to make it nice. So we're going to go back to architecture, click on component drop down, model in place, and then generic model. After that, click OK. And first, we're going to create an extrusion, pick a plane, and then this wall. So I'm going to make this one 10 in extrusion, and then here I'm going to change this to a different wood material. (28H) is done. So next stop is 32C. So same goes here. We need to select all of that. Make sure to move to give a gap of 200. because of the flooring. Click on finish. So that's good. Let's go and add in some extrusion part again. And now we're gonna choose this extrusion as well. Let's add in some cabinets right here on the side. And then here, offset this one to 25 from the inside to spacebar it. Okay. And then here we could just add in, pick it 25, and then we could just copy multiple times. I'm happy with that. SL, just one side of this would be good enough, and then we could use the TR, which is trim and extend. So TR now, trim and extend. Click on finish. We could go to 3D so that we could really see what's going on. And then now we could just extend this one. So we can extend this one to 300. That's good enough. We can add a mantle there in front. So let's go back to section and then create an extrusion again. Pick this one, and then we could just go and add a mantle right about here. This one will have a different extrusion. Let's make it nice, something like that. Very simple. And then we could go right here and change it a bit. Let's do a nicer view. So we could just go extrusion, and then it doesn't need to ask us for a extrusion plane because it's already, we're gonna choose it because we're in level 1, so it's automatic, so it goes to the level. Here we're gonna change this up to a different wood. So C is done, H now, and then here let's add in and then align it right here, and then we're going to create this notch here, and then we could just copy this and then keep on adding that there, and then after that we could just delete this part there, and then just move this one centering, and then SL again to change it, and then TR to trim and extend. And then click on finish, and then go to 3D in order for it to be shown properly, and we could just move it all the way there. So now simple extrusion, it will give us this nice um, entertainment system like this. We can make it further and make it nice. I'm going to have something on this side now. I'm going to create it similar to this. Now I'm gonna delete this. What I'm gonna do is make this one extruded to 25 again. There we go. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to delete this. There we go. Delete this, and then CO 25, and then trim and extend on this. So now it's part of this one, and then we could just copy this CO from that corner to this corner, and so on. And then now we could just delete this part, and then maybe just center this a bit. I think that's good enough. SL, one side to do the SL, and then TR on this corner. And then click on finish, show it so that we know where we made a mistake. Make continue, and then here it's just, I think, an overlap. So to make it nicer, I'm gonna delete that and then just trim and extend here. There we go. Click on finish, and by simply adding that, look at how nice this one is now. I think the mantle is too high, so I'm gonna just edit. I'm going to move it a bit down like that. Click on finish, and then might as well add in the TV. So let's go insert, load family, go back to the main, and then we have it under furniture. Actually, we have flat screen. Click on open, type in CM, add it right there in the middle. You won't see it, but we will have it under section, and then here uncheck this graphic so we don't have stand, and then we can now edit. So diagonal, we could put it to 2500. As you can see, it's too big, so we're gonna make it smaller. So maybe 2000 is good enough. There we go. So 2000 diagonal TV, and as you can see, this one looks really good. What I'm gonna do is put the mantle down a little bit more. I think that's good enough. Finish, and then there we go. And if you see it in 3D, it will look really nice. So a simple entertainment system right there would give your project really nice, and it feels complete, especially when you're having an image from the inside, and having that added really makes a big difference. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in floors. So click on architecture, click on floor, edit, duplicate. This will be floor number 1, and then click on OK. And what we can do here is actually change this one to 200, and then here let's choose a stone material. So fill stone, add it, press OK, and then OK, and then let's just add it from the inside. So I'm gonna use my pick line. I'm gonna add it over here. You can set multiple floors. So for example here, if you want, you could set a different floor, but it's up to you to decide. So now we could just have it like that. So now we need to trim it. So trim it properly, similar to what I'm doing, so that we don't have gap. But if we have a gap, it will let us know. As you can see earlier, I click on show to show me where I did a mistake here. So I think this one looks good. Click on finish, and there you go. Now we have our floors for this one, and obviously we're going to extend this one up to the ground. So we can now click on tab. It will select everything under our exterior wall, and then let's add this one as well, because this is exterior wall as well. So now it's not letting us, so I'm gonna do is hold on control. I'm gonna manually add all of this wall right here, because those are exterior wall as well. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to change the base constraint to ground floor. As you can see, it's elevated 400 millimeters from the floor. So let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, as you can see, we created this entertainment system right here, and then we added some furniture. Now we're going to continue working on this. So what I want to do is go to level 1 again, and I want to concentrate at the stairs and also the fireplace right here that connects to both room or both area, the living area and then the kitchen. And obviously it's gonna affect as well here. So it's something that we could do now. So before that, let's go to architecture, and then let's click on stairs. So here we can create a stairs right now. We can set our width to 1000, and then after this, what I want to do is an equal, because I'm just gonna do a U type stairs. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this one, and I'm gonna choose maybe 16 only number of riser. So now I'm gonna create, so I'm gonna start here. I want to go up from here and then going there. So right there. So it will let you know. So right there, it's grayed out under the first stairs. Is saying that 8 riser created and then 8 remaining. So you need to click here and then go to the other side to click the other 8, and it will create your its own landing that you can change. So it depends on you. Right now 1000 is good enough for my landing, but depending on the building code on your area, it could be 1000, minimum 1000, or minimum 1500. So depending on your building code. So here I'm just gonna select finish, and then here you can select, and it's easy to change it. If we go 3D, as you can see, it looks nice. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete it on this side, because we don't need it right there. I just want it to be fitting properly right here. and then I'm gonna change this. So here I'm gonna change this to maybe glass or rectangle depending on what we want. So glass looks fancy, so I'm gonna use glass, but I don't want this. So this is called stringers. I don't want my stringers. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put none on both of this. So if we put none, as you can see, there's no stringers there. And then after that, I'm gonna select this again, and then let's edit. I want the middle support. In terms of this one, that's good enough. But I don't want, so I'm gonna select this. I don't want my riser. Select that. So now this will be the look, a modern looking stairs right here. And then from here, you can change the materials for your um, threads. So here, what we could do is we could use a different wood material, 32H, now 36C. Click apply, OK, apply, OK. And then here you can select this one and edit the materials as well. Segment railing, and then you can change the materials. You can even change the railing components and the way it looks, but that's something that is more on a different video because that's more time consuming. So here landing as well, as if you uncheck this, you can change a different one. So same as run is good enough because what we have there is more than enough for this as well. So as you can see, it looks nice, very simple but modern. Open without a riser, but only threads. And then it's supported in the middle. For that middle part, you can actually change the materials right here. So what we can do is change it to a metal material. So use one of the metal materials right here, and then click apply, OK, apply, and then OK. So we're done with this. Depending if you want this one to be thicker, it really depends on you. You will need to uncheck that again. And then I don't want any gaps here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to edit the stairs, basically the whole thing, edit, and then I'm going to manually extend this one so that everything is lining up correctly. And then even you can change this if you want them to be connected, but I think the other one is good enough like that. And then click on finish, and then there's no more gap on the sides anymore. So that's good. So go to level 1 again, and let's concentrate on this part. I'm going to extend it a little bit so that we can still close this off with a simple cabinetry. And then what we could do is we could open this up. I'm going to go back to architecture, click on component, drop down, and then model in place. This will be a generic model. and then click on OK. Extrusion onto this level. We could change this to probably 600 for now, and then change this to a stone material. So let's click on a stone material. Fieldstone is already used. I'm going to use limestone, and then here we could just add in something like that. Very simple, and it looks elegant. So now that we have that, click on finish. Let's add the section right here because we need a visual of this. Push this all text right here onto this side, and then here we could just add this one right there, edit in place, and then we need to add another one at the top. We need to remove constraint, and then here what we can have is we need to make sure that this has a 200 gap, so it should be not. So I'm just estimating it the way that I'm seeing right now, and looks like this is good enough. Here, just don't go over, but I think we can guesstimate it, and we have something like that. Not too tall because it's one of the features of the house. And then we could click on, go back right here, so we have something that looks like that. And then now another extrusion, but this time this is something like a glass. So type in glass, and then we have something right here that we can use, or something acrylic clear. Apply OK, and then let's add it, something like that, and then an offset of 10. Click right there, going to the, and then make it 700 so that we could see it once we create that. So go back to section. We can clearly see that this is the clear acrylic glass, and then there we go. So if we look at this with the shaded view or consistent or realistic, this one looks nice. So we have that. Of course, a different stone will be added here, but something that looks like that. And then we need to add in some grills right here. So we need to add those spacing. And then an exhaust at the top to make it realistic. But I think that's too much already. What we can do now is go to extrusion, and then here we just need something metal. So I'm just gonna add, apply, OK, and then we just need to add it in the middle of this. So I'm gonna offset this to 100, maybe 300. Something like that. We can expand this. Actually, let's make this one, offset this to, let's make 100 again. I want to see how it looks. I think that's good enough for 100. and then click finish, go to section, and then we could just put it manually there at the top, and then put it down very small, and then click finish. So that's where the fire will be coming out of. So that's good enough. What I want to do next is to make this one smaller, so only up to the line, so that we have enough space. We could still see how this one looks and how it moves. And then here, this will be glass, and the good thing about that is it will be glass all the way to the top, because that's our mini garden right there. So let me do that. So we need to go to wall, and then we need to choose curtain wall, and then let's just add curtain walls right about here, and then here, and then here. And then we need to go to modify, cut geometry, select the wall first and then the curtain wall, wall, and then curtain wall, and then wall, curtain wall. And then we need to maximize the space right here. We don't need those things to appear anymore, so those are excess. There we go. And we just need to clean up a little bit. And the good thing about this is that because we made this one a wall, what will happen is it will make our room much bigger, because that's the effect of a wall, a glass wall. There we go. So now if we check it in our 3D, of course we're gonna push it all the way to the top, and this will be something that we have. I'm going to move this one down a bit. The reason for that is so that I can still visualize it when I have it at the top. So it will still look like that all the way down there. We're gonna put some grass, and then we're gonna put a small tree, a bamboo or whatever, grass inside, and then it will look really nice inside here. So a small garden or a small oasis from your house. And then this one will look like that. So last thing we're gonna do before we finish this is we could add in a floor here. I'm going to just pull this one up like that, AL, and also on this side. I'm doing this so that we have some separation on those, and then we could just add a grass part on this. So I'm going to do generic model, extrusion right here, make it maybe 20, and then a grass. Pull it up, and then click apply, OK, and then just add the grass over right here. Click on finish, click finish, and let's look at it. So We're going to extend this one later on. I just need this markings right here once we underlay the second floor. And then here we could add in the floor. You're not seeing the doorknobs is because you need to change it to under fine. So sometimes it happens like that. And then here, what I'm gonna do as well is go back here, flip this one onto this side, and then I want to add the glass right here. And then let me move this one all the way. So I'm gonna align this. Not aligned, but we need to fix this one right here. So I'm just gonna move it all the way up like that. For some reason it went down. And then let's just add in a glass. So we need model in place, generic model, pick the extrusion plane and the wall right here, and then change the material here to glass. And then let's look for mirror. Let's look for a mirror material. Click apply, okay, and then we could just add this one with the glass like so. Click finish, finish, and then let's edit this one. I just want to have something right here. On this side. And then I'm going to edit that again and to add this. Copy. There we go. Make sure everything is not overlapping. I'm going to just align it onto this side and then pull this one up like that. Make sure this is 50 so that it's consistent. Click finish and then finish, and what we have there is that is much better. It looks nicer. And then what we usually put is we can put lighting around here. So let's edit in place, and then we could change this to hidden line so that we could see it much better. And then you use sweep command, pick path, and then we're going to pick the path what we have right here. So what we can do is we can make it as wireframe so that we can see it much better. We can pick this one out. Click on finish and then click on edit, and then here what we can do is just a small something like this to add. So 5, and then here type in lighting or light, And then here we could have glass white light luminance. So that's for the light around it. So it looks much better. So just an additional part of this, and as you can see, it looks much better. So once we have it rendered, we have some lights that goes around here. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create our fireplace right here and also this part. If you notice, we could go to our 3D view and we have all of this already started and finished. Now what we can concentrate is the kitchen area. So let's go to our level 1 again, and this will be our kitchen area. What I want to do here is to have an L shape and maybe a bar here or an island. So yeah, might as well put an island here and then an L shape on this area. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to our architecture and then model in place, drop down interior component so that you can see the model in place right here, and then now scroll down to go to our generic models and then press OK. After that, go to your extrusion. Because we set it already on level 1, it will be added or extruded from here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna choose rectangle and then I'm gonna create this 700. So let's put it at 700. There we go. And then might as well add an L right here, 700 as well, so that everything looks good. Then type in TR and then TR right here, and then delete all of this. It's up to us if we're gonna extend this, but we'll see if until the F grid line we're gonna put it. And then what I want to put here, probably the fridge, so that it's attached to this, but we'll see, because we could always put the fridge on this part right here. And also, or what we can do is we could put in a pantry area right here. I know it's connected to the fireplace, but we're gonna create a casing. So either way, we're going to make this, it's either L shape or U shape. But on this side, so yeah, actually I'm just gonna leave it like this, L shape only, but we have a space here. Specifically, we have a space because we have a fireplace right here. So let's just leave it like this. We're gonna put an island, a small island right about here only, and then we might add the fridge around this part. So I'm gonna pull it down a little bit. We're gonna put a casing here for the fridge so that we have it. Usually it needs to be like a V shape so that it's connected, because we're going to put the sink here and then the cooking area right here, or the cooktop in the island, and also we're gonna put the fridge here, so it's still maneuverable. um, so let's make this one. So this is already extruded. Click finish. Let's extrude it up to 875 so that the 25 is the countertop. Before we do that, we need to change this material. We're gonna set this one to a wood material first. So we're gonna select this and let's pull up one of this one, the one that we haven't used yet. Apply, okay, and then click apply again, and then let's finish it first, and let's go to our 3D so that we could manipulate this. So what we have right here is our cabinet, base cabinet. So we could select that, edit in place, and what we could do now is we could create a void sweep. So we're going to pick path, and then we're going to choose pick 3D edges. So select that one there, and then right here click finish, and go back right here onto your modify sweep, and then edit profile. Now we could create our kick plate. So here I'm just gonna select, usually what I do is around maybe 50 here, and then 100 right here, and then click finish, and then go back here again, and then click finish again. You could select cut geometry, and then as you can see, it is cut already. So we're good with our kick plate right there. It looks like a cabinet now. We could go back to our level 1 without clicking finish yet, but if you click this one, you can always just select this again and then edit in place. So either way, it's the same thing. So you can go back and forth right here. So now we're going to create our countertop. So here we're gonna click on extrusion, and then we could set this one on top of this, pick a plate, and then we're gonna select right here. And then we could create this one by using our pick line, because of course we're not gonna go over this. And then we're gonna select our material as a stone material. So we're gonna choose granite polished, apply, okay, and then we have that one there already. We want to make sure that it's 25. So all in all, 875 plus 25, that's 900 millimeters from the floor. So now let's click on finish. Here we just need to select this one, and then there we go. And then if we go to our 3D, it's exactly at the top of our base material or base cabinet, and then we have a 25 millimeters of extrusion from there. So that's our counter. We can click finish right here because we need to add our sink. So let's go back right here, and then go to insert, load family, and let's go to our specialty equipment, domestic, mid-range, and then we have couple of stuff here, but we need to look for sinks. So that is, I believe, plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then we have sinks right here. So we have kitchen sinks. We have enough space so we could do a double sink, and then click on open CM, and then let's put it on top of this. It's a good idea now to create a section. So click on section, And then let's add a section right about here, and then we're just gonna flip this. There we go. So it's flipped on this side. We could change the viewport to a view range right here, but by just grabbing this imaginary line right here, or temporary dash line, and then we could have it look right there on the section as well, so that we could see that it's really at the top of this. So that's good. And then we're going to create a void extrusion. So to create a void extrusion, let's go to our level 1 first, select this again and edit in place. And then now let's create this void extrusion, select this one, and we need to go like this. I'm going over this so that we could see everything. If we just go and add it like that, it's still gonna be there, and it's gonna click on flicking because that means there is an overlapping model there. So that's why it's flicking. So I don't want that, so that's why I'm putting it at the middle of this. And then after that, click on finish, go to our section so that we could extrude it. We could extrude it from the top and then from the bottom. We could pull it all the way to here. I know it's just roughly like here, but that's good enough for me. And then we could just click on cut and then click on finish. If we check it, as you can see, we can see the bottom now. So that's how you're gonna see it if you successfully create the void extrusion from here. So now this one's good. What we can do now is we could create our cabinetry as well at the top. What I'm planning to do is we're gonna create something like this. We could also extrude it from the top. So what I mean is, let's create another one. So select this, edit it in place, extrude it again. We need to select the same material as the base. So that's the Gulam 36H. And then we could do is we could extrude it, I think let's put it at 1000. The reason so that we could see it from the section later on. And then let's create this one. This one around maybe 500 will be good enough. And then 500 as well here. So now let's trim and extend. And then trim and extend right there. Now that we're good, click on finish. And then we could go to our section. And then as you can see, we could just pull it from the top. And then pull it like that. So now we have this L shape as well. So either way, if you're gonna extrude it from the wall, you could do this as well. But it's easier because we have an L shape here. That's why I extrude it from the top and there. So if we look at it, it's something that looks like this. And then we could have a portion at the top so that it's not like all cabinet right here. So, but it's up to us. Maybe later on we could do that, or we could just add it now so that it looks proper. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull it down a little bit, and then let's create another extrusion. So this is just a design one. So another extrusion from the base again. This one, what we could do is we can make it bigger like that. I'm just estimating it. The good thing about model in place is you can manipulate it later on easily. So if we need to make it nicer, we could extend it later on. So something like this. And then we're going to just set a material. So we could use eFist for it. Click on finish, go to section so that we could grab it and pull it up like that, and then pull it like this. So now if you want to see it, it will look like that now. And then we could add in some lights at the top here, or pot lights right here, all the way there, or linear lights, or strip lights. So it's really up to us. And then we could have in our fridge right about here. So before we do anything else, maybe we should add that first. Insert, load family. Let's go to our specialty equipment now. And then domestic, mid-range, and we have a couple of fridge right here. I'm going to use this one. Click on open, type in CM, and then spacebar to change orientation. We're going to just pull it right about here in the middle of this so that we could create our casing. I don't want this label, so we could just select that, edit, and then uncheck show label, apply, OK. And then now this one is the look. We could just create a big casing right here. So the good thing now is to add another section so that it's now facing on this side. So let's create that, and then now we could create our casing first. I'm gonna use this one, in place, edit that, extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this wall, and we're going to select the same material that we have right there. Click open, or click OK, and then here we just need to create this casing right here, and then we could just add another one right there. We could delete this, and then SL to split this up, TR to trim this one. So the casing is like that. Click on finish, look at it at 3D. This is too much, so we could just push it back a little bit. So might as well just show just that part of the fridge. It's gonna snap it there, so just give it some space right there. So now everything looks nice. If we want to, we could add in some cabinets here for our fridge, or for our dining area, like those decorative cabinets that you could place a lot of stuff, like decoration and everything. So it's up to you to decide. You could also put paintings there, and then it's really up to you. So sky's the limit for you guys there. And then what we could do is we could even extend this one if we want to, but I think this is a good separation for everything. So now click on finish, and then let's just continue on the next video. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start our kitchen, and as you can see, we have our base and our top cabinets, and we put a casing right here. Now we're gonna completely work on this again. We're gonna try and add in all our cabinet doors on top and bottom, and also uh, probably we'll be able to start adding our island. So let's go and do our cabinets first. So let's go to our level 1, and we want to make sure to click on this section right here. We get start off by adding the cabinets on this part. um, I want to do is to add the cabinets here first on this part right here. That's because we want our cabinets to be centered on this part first. So we're gonna put in some drawers and some hinge doors. So let's do is we could start off by selecting this, edit in place again, because we're gonna work on this again. Click create and then click on extrusion, and then we're gonna pick a plane and we're going to choose this plane right here. So select that, and then you wanna do is put in 10 extrusion, and then here we have our same materials as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on rectangle, and then we're gonna offset this to 10 as well. So right here, I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this corner right here, space bar, so that it goes to the inner side. And then here the problem is we have this one on this side right there. So don't worry, because we could click on this wireframe so that we can see where should we add those stuff. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add it on this side. So this is our L shape, and this is the side where the cabinet is, and this one is all the way to the end. So by using wireframe, you'll be able to see what's behind. So right here, what we can do is select this one and then put it to 10. So it looks like it's exactly where we want it to. And then now let's add in a line here. So what we want is 10 offset right here. And then we want to make sure this is 10. And then let's just center it by just eyeballing it. And as you can see, that's pretty much centered there. So we're going to copy this, and then we're going to add it probably right here. And then now we have the proper spacing. So we're going to copy it again, make sure multiple is checked, and I'm just going to maintain this spacing right here all the way to the end. And then here we could just leave it like that. This one as well, select that, click on CO, copy it from this corner right there, and then add it similar to what we did. And then here, just leave it like that. We're gonna put in maybe a drawer right here, and then want to make sure 10 is the extrusion end on this. So now we're tasked to slice it up. So SL, slice it on one end like that. The reason for that is we're going to trim and extend on one side only, so that we don't need to do the 2 times. So I'm just slicing it on the left side, and then I'm just going to quickly trim and extend on the other side. Now we're ready to trim and extend. So we're just going to trim and extend on the right side of this gap. So it's a lot easier to do. Before I was slicing it on both sides, and I was like, this is taking me a while, but now as you can see, it's much faster when you're doing it like this. So if we check it into our 3D, as you can see, it looks really good. We were able to add it like that. Now we could just go back to our section again and edit. We're going to choose the ones that we're going to add. So for example, this one, I'm going to add another line right here. Make sure the gap is 10 as well, so that everything is proper and uniform. And then here we want to probably add maybe this one as well, and then copy it onto this side, and then we could basically copy it on this one as well, and then this one, this double drawer right here, we could have it maybe on this side, then we could just extend this one. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna slice it right about there. TR, trim and extend on this side so that it extend there, and then on this side as well. So that one is good. And then here, SL again. So slice it on one side so that it's easier for you to remember to just trim and extend on the bottom. And then SL as well here. And then trim and extend. And then lastly, SL on this side. And then trim and extend over right here. So we have everything done. Let's click on finish first before we do anything else again. So that is looking good. Go back again to section, and then now we need to add in some of the details to make it really look nice. So I'm gonna select that, edit it again. For this one, actually just click on finish. We are going to add a void extrusion. So here, void extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna choose this. And then now here, what we're gonna do is we're going to put, I think we're gonna start -5 and then 5. I believe that's the one that I did before. Now we're going to create a rectangle and then click on 50 here, offset. Let's check it. Make sure this one looks good. And we just need to add all of those. So we're just adding all of those extrusion right now. And because of that, so I think they call it as shaker cabinets. Those are modern looking cabinets and very famous at the moment for designers. So shaker, having that simple but very elegant. Most of the time it's colored white, and then you'll get like a brass or dark metal handles, and it really looks good. So here I just need to click on finish and then click on cut geometry and then click on finish again. Let's check it out and see how it looks, and that looks really good. Just that simple extrusion right there, it really pops and it really add a really nice feel to our um, cabinets right there. And right now what we need to do is create it uh, at the top as well. So let's go back to section. So now let's go and do our top cabinets right here. So what we can do is we can going to select this one again, edit in place, create, extrusion, pick a plane, and then select this plane right here. Click on tab, make sure this is highlighted. So this one, all of this is highlighted, and that's the one that we're gonna choose. After that, we need to change this again to the same material. So this one right here, and we need to make this one extrusion N10, and this one is 0 for now. So we need to do that. Click on rectangle and then here 10. Select on this corner spacebar to put it onto the inside, and then let's add it right here. After that, let's add in our lines right here. So what I want to do is to recreate the spacing that we have right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to move it first. So I'm gonna estimate the location. Copy and then add it here. Because we remember that I'm just going to align this first. AL, I need to align it again. And then align it again right here. And then after we aligned it, we know that it's the same gap what we have right here. So I'm gonna copy this, or copy this first, CO, and then grab it from there, and then select it like that. So definitely we have the same spacing now. Copy again, CO, add it on that part. And then what we have right here, we don't need to add any more. Let's just leave it like that, or we could just add something, a blank there. Good, that is too small for that area right there. And then after that, all of these are cabinets. So what we can do then is just click on finish. Sorry, we need to splice it. So split element, all of them. I'm gonna put it on left side first. And then do it on this side as well. And then afterwards, let's trim and extend on the right side. TR. and then trim it on the bottom as well. And then just click finish first, and then after that let's create the void. So click on void extrusion, pick this plane, which is our cabinet, make sure everything is highlighted, and then now we need to do the same thing, 5 here and then -5 here, and then now click here, offset to 50 as well, space bar, this one just takes time, but if you think about it, it's very easy to create. So now click on finish, click on cut geometry, and then click finish again. And let's check it out into our 3D to see how it looks. And so far everything looks good. Now what we all need is just finishing up on this side. So it's section 3, so we need to go to section 3. Make sure this is in wireframe so that we can see the ends. So this will be the ends right here, and this will be the end right there. And then obviously we're going to make this one nice as well. So now let's select this again. What we could do is push this one on the right side so that we have enough view here, and then select here again, edit, and then let's do it right here as well. Pick a plane. I'm going to choose this one first, so bottom first, and then here let's start at 0, and then luckily it's easy because we have the materials ready there. Here, select that, click on offset 10 first, and then let's add this one right here. There we go. And then click on finish, edit this again. Let's add in some gaps right here. Make sure this is 10 to be consistent, and then we could just copy this and eyeball it depending on what we want. You could just add a small part there. The reason for that is most of the time we don't, if you check the cabinets, you don't usually add something on this side because it's something that it's really hard to, it's going to be a distraction and it's going to be an obstacle to just go through. So might as well just put in a small piece there that is not it's not something that you can open with. So now let's just slice it or split on one side first, and then trim on the other side. And then click on finish, create a void extrusion, pick a plane and select this plane. Now we do the 5 and then -5, void extrusion, select rectangle, and then click on 50 right here, spacebar to change orientation, and just quickly add those things, and then click finish, select cut, and then click finish again and double check if everything is good. And let's go to section 3 again, and then on the top side, so click here, edit, and then create extrusion, pick a plane, and then click on tab to select that one, make this one 0 and then 10 again, and then material to be the last one right there. Select here, offset 10, and then space bar to go from outside to inner, and then 2 lines, either way is good. And then let's just add copy it, and then here this one is good enough. I think the spacing is good enough. I'm just eyeballing it, but it looks good. And then SL again, split element on one side, and then trim it TR. Click finish, and then create a void. Pick a plane, select this plane right here, and then select this, make it 5, and then -5 there, and then 50 offset, space bar from outside to inner part of the offset, and then click finish, cut geometry, and finish again. Let's see, everything is good. Looks like everything looks really good. Not complaining on anything. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add all the shaker cabinet doors. And as you can see, we created it with an extrusion, and then we added void extrusion after that, and to give that effect. Now we're going to continue working on this. We need to go back to section 3, and then we need to finish up adding all of this right here into our refrigeration opening right here. So now click on edit in place, and then after that select create extrusion, and then we need to pick this plane right here. After that, what we can do is we need to set this up again with 10, and then this one with just 0, and then the materials is the same cabinet base and top finish. So now after that, click on rectangle, and then we need to offset this by 10, and we need to select it from the corner to another corner right here below. After that, we need to add all of this as well. make sure to click right there, and then you click here as well. I believe for this one we need to go right about here. The reason for that, I didn't see this one right here, that it needs to be all the way here. We want to make sure that everything is at 10 millimeters, so we need that gap to be consistent. AL on this, so that we have the right one, and looks like everything is good. And then what we can do is we could just have a big one right here that separates this part right here from this part. I would like to make this one an open, so or I'm just going to add something like this one right here. Then I'm going to add another one, 10 on the gap right there. And then maybe I could just move it something like that. Okay. And then after that, we need to just add something here in the middle, just to give that separation as well, because that's too much, too big as well. And then maybe just offset this to 10, so that we don't need to have another line there. And then we just need to splice it up. So, and then right here as well at the top, I choose the top so that I can remember to just trim it from the bottom. And I kind of centered it from this one so that it's easier to view. And then after that, we can click finish, and here we just need to have a gap again, so might as well just add this one right here, and we want to make sure this is 10 from the gap, SL on that, and then trim it afterwards. Click finish, and then after that, create again, create void extrusion, pick a plane, and then we choose this one. Do it again, 5 and then -5 right here for the start and then the end of the extrusion. And then here we just need to offset this to 50, and then spacebar to go from the inner side of the offset. And then we're just making it beautiful right here, and to be consistent with the design. Right there, and then right here as well. I want to make sure that this one lines up with the below, and we're good. So click on finish, and then click on cut geometry right here. It will cut it, and then we'll be able to see everything nicely right there, and that looks good. One thing we need to do is we need to add cabinet handles, so or hardware. So I got you guys covered there. So you just need to go to part 1 description. There will be a second link there. The first one will be all the families that I use here, and then the second link is for the extra families that I created. So this one is the handle, so kitchen handles. You just need to download it, and then once you download, you just need to drag and drop. So give me a second. Desktop, then download. Here, you just need to drag and drop. I'm gonna drag and drop it. And then here, this is a face-based family. So as you can see, you'll be able to add it to any face. So even right here as well. So as you can see, I'm gonna add it right here. I'm also gonna add it here as well. You can add it on this side as well, and then on this side. So any side that you're gonna add it, please add it, so that we just need to put it in the proper location once we're in that section. So for now, let's go back to section 2, and then here you'll be able to add it to the proper location. So I'm gonna move it to the center of this cabinet. So once I have that, it's easy for me to just mock it in place and add it to the specific location. So I'm just going to CO, make sure multiplies is checked, and then I'll be able to add it on all drawers right now. So that's how easy it is. At least everything is same in terms of location. And there you go. So I handle all the drawers right now. And then for this side, you do estimate where do you want it, or you decide. So for this one, it's either on this side or on this side. But after that, we have the one for the sink. Then I'm gonna do is this side, and then I'm going to put it on the middle as well. So have it on each side of this. So right now, I think the better way is to add on this side. Why? So that everything is consistent. And then I'm going to add it right here, and then also on this side. So now we have something that looks like this. So I like it, so I'm gonna keep it like that. So here, what I want to do is to add it in the middle first, similar to that, and then copy it, and then add it onto the other side. There we go. We can align it so that everything is aligned properly. Align it as in this side as well. There we go. And then now what we can do is we could just copy both of this and then add it on this side now, and then also on this side. So now everything is added, and then just one more right here and delete this. So now everything looks proper. So here, hinge, hinge, and there. So now let's go to the other side, the section 3, and just do the other. So here I'm going to put it on this side first, and then I'm going to mirror draw axis so that I could estimate the location of this. There we go. Nudge it in place a little bit, and then here we could just copy, and then here I'm probably going to delete this, and then we have that. So we could put this one either way, so it's up to you. And then we have something right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add it on this side, and then copy, and then add on the other side. On both of them, copy, CO, and then add right there. So now both are able to be open. And then lastly, on this side, basically you just add those cabinet handles and then add it right there. So now everything is properly added. We have all the handles that we have or we can add, and then everything looks proper. And as you can see, it looks really good. So now let's focus our attention to creating the island. It's up to you if you want to delete all of the sections that we created. For now, you can move it on this side and then move this one on the other side so that it's easier for us to add later on. We could just drag it and then we could flip it. Either way, just leave it for now. We're probably gonna use it when we're in adding some details on our island. So now let's just move this one a little bit forward, and then let's add our island. So go to architecture again, component, drop down, and then model in place. I choose the generic model, but it's up to you if you want to categorize your family. I just want to categorize it as generic model for now. You can always come back and change it afterwards. So here I'm gonna click on extrusion, make sure this one is start 0, and then this one is 875, similar to the height of what we have here. And then in terms of material, we could use this material as well, so that's fine. And then we could estimate the location. So here what we can do is we have something right here. So this is 1000 by around 2400, or yeah, let's do 2400 because I'm estimating we could open this door right here and then people can go around here, so that's fine enough. We could nudge it right here on this side, and then we could add some chairs here. So now let's create this and select finish, and then after that let's go to 3D, and as you can see it just looks like that. Now what we can do is let's go back to 3D, and we want to add the kick plate on this side and then on this side. So we need to go and create a void sweep and then pick path, and then we're going to select that, click on finish, and then here edit profile and select rectangle. We're just copying the same thing as what we did earlier, 100 and then 50 right here for the kick plate, and click that, and then after that click finish and then cut. So that one is cut right there, and then we just need to create the other side as well. I don't want to cut on this side because we're going to add the countertop on the side as well, so it's like those waterfall effect. So that's what they call waterfall. So I'm just going to do that, click finish, click here again, edit, and then click rectangle, 50 and 100 again, and then 50 here, and then click finish, and then click finish again, and then cut geometry. So looks like this is cut, so we're good. I just need to click on finish first because now we need our sections back again. I'm gonna put this one right here. I believe this is section 2, so that looks right. We could change this to hidden now because we need to concentrate right about here. We need to select this, add it in place. We're gonna put the waterfall countertop right now, and then here we need to create an extrusion, pick a plane right about here onto our island, and then we need to create or change the material. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to stone material. We could use this one because that's what we use for our top as well right there. So we're gonna use that. We're going to choose rectangle as well, and then after that delete this part, and then we could do an offset of 25. And then here just select, press escape first, and then select this one so that we don't have to offset there anymore. And then here let's do an extrusion of 50 first. Click apply, go and do right here under 3D, click finish, and then now we just need to manually add this one at the back, and then in the front we need to add some of that. I want it flush on this side, so I'm going to use AL and then align this one as well. And then here we just need to move this one right about there so that everything looks good. That looks good right there. So click on finish, and what we have is this effect. We could go to level 1, go to insert, let's add in a chair, go to the main, and then go to furniture, seating, and then let's look for the chair for this. I'm gonna use this chair stacking. Click open, type in CM in order for you to load, spacebar to change orientation, and then let's just add right about here. And then once we're here, as you can see, we can still push this one forward a little bit because we have some gap there. So that looks good. We could go to load family again, and then go to specialty equipment. We need to add our cooktop now. Go to mid-range, and then we have different kinds of cooktop. We also have the high-end right here, so we could choose either or. I'm gonna put this one or maybe this one, so either way, CM once you load it, and then add it like that. This one, I don't want the label, select that and then uncheck this one, apply, okay, and then 3D. Here it looks really good. We have it right there. Double check it on the section if it's in the proper height, which is it is, so we're good with that. And then let's load in the range, hood range. So we have island, because this is an island, so it's not a wall, so what we can do is add it there as well. So CM, add it right about here. And then I don't want the label again, so we could just uncheck this one. And then after that, go to section 2 and then move it going to the top, all the way at the top. If you think this is too low right now, we could just push it all the way right there. So now we have something that looks like this, and as you can see, everything is looking fine into our model or our design right here. So I'm happy with the way it looks, and we could add in more details later on. So let's stop here for now, continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add the island. Now we're going to continue working on this. So what I want to do first is to add the backsplash. So here we will need to go to sections again, and then we need to add it on the back of this one. So we need to put it into wireframe again just to see everything else. So now what we could do is select this, edit in place, so that we could just add the extrusion right here. We're gonna select, so we're gonna set pick path, and then we need to select the wall. But before that, let's close this off because we need to know if this is all the way there. So that's why we weren't able to select the wall, because the view range is off. So now if we go back here, and then if we select this and edit the in place again, and then pick the plane, we'll be able to select the wall now. So this one, we can select the wall because everything is highlighted like that earlier. And then here, we could just put 10 and then change the material to tile. And then maybe this one, ceramic tile. Let's choose this one. And then click here and let's add it from this corner to this corner right here. And then click on finish again. And then as you can see, we have our background right there. So all the way there and all the way on this side. So we were correct on adding those parts. So now let's put this one right here so that we could see it again. And then let's add it. So edit in place. And then here create extrusion, pick a plane, and we need to select the wall right here. So that's selecting everything, so that means that's the wall. It's already set for the materials, and we just need to select the end of there and then the end of here. Click on finish and then finish again. Let's go to 3D to see if everything is being added correctly. And that looks like everything is good. And I'm happy with the result. We just need to do some more of adding here. Also, we need to extend the side here. So AL, align it onto this face and to this face right here. Align this one as well so that everything is flush, because there's some gaps there and we just want everything to be flush with the cabinet doors. So that's looking good. We have this overrun. This one should be high, but we only have this one at the moment, but that's good enough. Usually it needs to be those bar height chairs. So we have this one at the moment, so that's good enough for me. We just need to add cabinets right here on this side, and then maybe those footrest right here. So we need to go to level 1 again, and then now we just need to move this and flip it around. So flip it and just leave the view range like that. That's fine with me. I'll be able to manage the look right here, but we just need to change this to hidden so that we don't get disturbed with what the background is. So that's good enough. This one here, select this, add it in place, and then create again, extrusion. We need to set the cabinet doors again. We need to select here, and we need the wood material again. So Gulam, the last one that we have. Here we need 10 again, and then we need right here 10 for the offset. I'm gonna select this corner right here, spacebar, so that it's from the inside, and then like that, adding all of those. We need to add a wall, and then right here, spacebar, so that it's from the inside. So we have 10 right there. We just need to have on this side and then on this side, and then we could add in something else. I think this one we need to move it a little bit from this side, and then I'm just gonna copy one of this and then pull it right there, and then even this one, CO, copy to this part and then to this part. Now we just need to slice it right here, and then the other way as well. And then trim and extend. And then here as well. So click finish on that, and then click create void form extrusion, and then pick this one again, and then now we put 5 and then -5 here, apply, and then here 50 as well, and then we need to rectangle, and then here corner to corner. Okay, so now that's done. Select finish, click on cut geometry, and then click finish again. So that is looking good right now. We have that for sure right there, but we just need to add in some right here, some door, and then here align it AL on that, and we just need to go back to our section so that we could just add it properly. So looks like everything is good with this. Copy this on this side, and then now select this, copy it to the corner right there, and then add it on this side. So we need to double check it. So we have cabinets there. You can also make this one side as a drawer or 2 drawers, so it's up to you if you want to change it. So either way, it will be good. So I'm just doing it as a um, all hinge doors right now. Okay, so that's something that is not visible right here, so that's good enough. And you always have all of this right here, and cabinets all throughout here. You can even change one of the cabinets to have um, glass door so that it's see-through, but that's something that you will need to create a void and those kind of stuff, so it will take longer, but it will look nice as well. Maybe in the future video we're gonna create those. So as of now, we have that one done, and then we need to add something right here. So I'm gonna use level 1, and then here we need to add a model in place again. I'm just gonna use a new generic model right here, generic model 11. You can change the name it depending on what you want, but here I'm just gonna create a, maybe I'm gonna create not an extrusion, but I want to create a sweep. Sketch a path. I'm gonna sketch this one right here. Make it rectangle first. Somewhere right here is the location. I'm gonna delete this one, and let's go onto this part right here. I'm gonna curve it. So to curve it, I'm going to use fillet arc, and then maybe 60, and then 60 here as well. So that now that it's curved, we could go to 3D and then create our circle right here. So it's not in the correct axis, that the ones that I want to add. So that means I need to put it on this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select pick plane. I'm gonna trying to select to this plane, but it's not letting me because I started with the floor plane. If I show the plane, it's gonna show all of this right there. So it's not the correct one, so we need to redo it because I have it like that. So now it's not letting me. So instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove this sweep first, and then what I'm gonna do is let's go and cancel this. Instead of right here, we can do is I'm gonna go back right here, flip this one, and move it on the side. So now I'm gonna do it again, but looking at this side. Generic model, and then here I'm gonna do a sweep again, sketch path, pick a plane, and then I'm gonna select this plane. Once I select that, I could go to level 1 and maybe add this part right here, because so what I'm gonna do is instead go back here and then just create a line, something like this. Good enough. Select finish. I'm gonna do is select profile, edit profile. We could just create something like this for now. Make sure this is metal material. Maybe this one or this one we haven't used yet. Apply, OK, and then finish. There we go. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to just support it from this side. Obviously it's like that. What we can do is I'm gonna move it a little bit forward. And I'm just gonna leave it like that. Edit sweep, sketchpad. I'm just going to maximize this so that it's supported on each side. Might as well do it here so that I have a good visual of where things are located. I think that's good enough. I don't want to spend more time on that part, so I'm just going to do it like that, and I think that's good enough. So now that's done, what I want to focus now is to add all of our curtain walls, specifically right here, and we could add it on this top as well. So let's go back to architecture, click on model wall, and then curtain wall. We just need to drop down, and basically it's right here, and we need to add it from here, but you need to click on spacebar so that it's from the inside. So don't worry about that. That is just Revit saying that it's not visible at the moment yet, so that's fine. So here what we can do is just add a wall right here, a curtain wall there, a curtain wall right here. But if we're going to add something right here, we could just put a small one here and a small one right here, and then we have this one as those custom built-in shelvings that we could add. It will really look nice on this area. What we can do is we could add a curtain wall right here as well along to this wall, so if we want to, but because we already have this, I think that's good enough for and then maybe we could just add it on this side. And then here, I think that's good enough there, and then we could add it onto this part. I think we're good enough with the location of those light or those windows. We can now go to modify, click on cut, and then select the wall, and then window, wall, and then curtain wall, wall, curtain wall, wall, curtain wall, and then just do that, and everything is cut already. We could go to our 3D and then see where it'll look. This one is some wall right here that will be shown later on. So I want this to be from top. I'm going to align everything from the top first. So that's the way I like it. Every top is the same, but the height from there is different. I want to know how the height here is so that we could replicate that instead. So the height is 2000. I believe that's good enough, knowing that that's a door. So here, I think that's good enough there. Minus the 200 from the top, I think we're maximizing the window height there, and that's good enough. So I'm just going to align the top first, and then once we align the top, we can concentrate on which one should we increase or not. So here definitely we need to select the curtain wall so that we could pull it up like that. So if there's a washroom, we need to pull it up like that so that it's the privacy concern. We could have this one as well, similar to that. Here we could just estimate it. I think that's good enough there. Same goes right here onto this side, and then just copy that. And this one we need to be private about here as well, but not too much, so just mid-size is good enough. And then here, because this is a bedroom, we could just increase that like that, because we could always put a curtain there. And plus we could add in, you know what we could add in here is, yeah, we could add in some curtains here for sure. It could be a bedroom, it could be an office, and so that if we add a bedroom here, you can put in a computer table, study table right here as well with the entertainment system. So that will be sick. Really nice for that. So we could leave that one for now. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish our kitchen right here, and then we added some curtain walls or our windows. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back to level 1 and double check everything. So we have our windows right here, and I think everything is good. I think right now is the good time to go to our second floor. So let's select level 2, double click on that, and we have our level 2 right here. As you can see, we can still see the underlay for the base level 1. So for us to continue, usually I would just leave it right now so that we could visualize the layout for our level 2 here as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on right here on our exterior wall, and we'll be able to type in CS to create similar. So that's one of the reason why I like my underlane to be turned on, so that I'll be able to add all of this instantly, because we already have all this different walls and our furniture's already added. So might as well just leave it like that. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on C1. So we're gonna start from there. This will be from going to level 3. So level 2 is the base and going to level 3. C1, going to C2, going down right here. Actually, we could just push it forward a little bit, so we could add in up to C3, and then going down to D3, and then going across here to D4. So right here, we just need to select D4, and then going all the way down up to here. I like to have separation of design here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to G4. So I'm gonna click it here, and then I'm gonna create a bulge right here. So around 500. And then I'm going to go all the way down. So similar to right here. I want to hit at least over the H grid line. So I'm going to go 4200 from here. And then after that, we're going to go around, I like putting around 2200, and then going back right here to our intersection of H, but we're gonna go over that around 1200, and then we're gonna go across again. This will be 1000, and then going back to H grid line, going across here, and then I'm going to go onto our H grid line from the third vertical number 3 line, and then we're going to go across here to I1, and then finishing off and closing it off at C1 again. So that's our exterior wall from here. Now we're gonna select our interior wall from the underlay base level, CS on that again. But right now we're gonna start off at E1, and we're gonna create this wall right here, going to E3, and then closing it off right here. So that's one of the room right there. And then here we can start off going right here in the midpoint. What I want to do is just add first the wall. So I'm gonna add the wall, and then this wall I want it to be referencing E grid line, and that grid line I want it to be around 2400, so that this is perfect. So just exactly where I want it to be. So that's 2400 from this grid line. So that's perfect. I just want to close it off. I want to use F grid line, and then close it off right there. So TR, trim and extend. So that's closed off. I'm happy with that. And then after that, we're gonna add in another interior wall. Let's go to our G grid line, and then we can go right here, going down, connected onto this wall. So let's just connect it onto this wall, and then after that we could just connect this or close this off. So from G3 to G1, let's close that off. And then we have our closed area right here. So I just need to recreate this one as well. And then we have also our stairs onto this side. And then we could close this off as well. I want to close this off. I want it to be at least give it some space around 2300 and then close it off right here. So now that's done, I think it's better for me to turn it off first. So once we turn it off, we can see how this one looks. Although this one is still all the way here, I'm not sure how come it's still showing, but we'll deal with that later on. But at least you can see that all the closed area that we have, and it's going to be easier for us to see once we add doors as well. So I want to turn on and off this underlay because we already have some doors that we already included, and it's easy for me to just select that CS, and then here I'm going to add the door. So with the rotation, I'm gonna space bar right here, and then after that, space bar right here, add that one there. We're going to open this one right here. I'm going to add something right here, a door, and then actually we're going to add another wall right here. So we're going to extend this one and then add a door again going to this, and then we're going to add another door onto this one. This will be another bedroom. So we have 3 bedrooms, and then we have some family room right here that we could use. So because we have a sofa here, might as well add the same sofa, and then we could just add it on this side now, and then some chairs as well. I want to make it 45 degrees, so I'm going to just add it like that. And as you can see, this one looks nice like that. We can even extend this one so that we have a nice or a better look. So duplicate this, and then with the width, I'm going to make it 3000. And as you can see, it looks nice like that. Just perfect on that location. And then might as well add some side table. There we go. And then added some lighting there as well. I want to add this lighting as well right here. So okay, let's add this kind of lighting here as well to make it look nice, and then space it out properly to the wall. And then we could just add an entertainment system right here, and then add this one as well. So once we turn it off, once we added everything that we need, we can turn everything off, and then we'll be able to see much better what we have. Here I'm going to add this one. This is the washroom right here. And then we need to add another wall. So interior wall right about here. I want to add a wall right here, closing this one. So just giving some opening. So, and then we could just add something like that right there. And then same goes. Let's add something like that right there. We could extend this depending on how we need it to be. So we could just extend. So, and then we could copy this one right here because it's the same size. And then here we could extend this one. So, but it's better to just add it right now. And then here as well, interior wall, we could add right here. And then add the same thing as what we have on the other side. So we could extend this one depending on what we need. We could delete this first because it's easier to add this one anyway. So delete all the sections, and then we could add this one as well. So this is a perfect size right here. So this is around 1800, and then this one is 1800 as well. So you could just make that one 1800, and depending on what your design is, you can extend that. Even right here, might as well put it as 1800. We don't need to make it too big. But because this is the main one, we could just leave it, or we could just change this one. So 2000. So we can edit this, duplicate, and then change this to 2000 for the depth. So now we could just move it to the corner so that everything looks nice. And then I'm gonna grab this one as well. And because this is the main one, I want to add a double sink here. So double vanity is the way to go here. And then add this one. And I think we've added everything that we need onto this area. What I want to add is just the sink right now. Double sink on that, and then sink right here, and then sink onto this area. I will also want to get this one as well. I think it's much better if we could get this one, but the thing is it is custom to this area. As you can see, if we copy that and add it here, it's something that we can get away with. So this is just generic, and we could just move it right here to this area, and then we can add it onto that. And then we have our sink right there. So just move it a little bit. You can extend this one depending on what you need. We could just copy this one as well and do it on the other side. You can rotate it so that it looks much better in terms of spacing. I think that's good enough, and then we could just nudge this one in place as well. And then in terms of spacing, that's up to you if you want to extend everything else. So I'm gonna copy this again, and then add it onto this location, and then extend it. And of course we need to add another void here so that everything follows through and everything is showing. So that's something that we could add later on, but I just want to align this one as well so that everything is aligned properly. So now I think I don't need to add anything here anymore. And then we could just turn this off so that you guys don't get confused. So it's much better to see. So now this is an open area. So what I want to do is to just give this one, I'm just going to add, instead of this one railing, I'm gonna sketch a pad. I'm gonna sketch it right here, and then I'm just gonna delete the walls right here so that at least I know where to put the opening. So at least once they come up here, they could still see people in the living area. And then we could use this one. I think this one shouldn't be showing, but for some reason maybe the height is too high and it's still showing. So I'm just gonna hide this on this level. It's still gonna be shown on level 1, but it's just showing too much right here. I think the view range is kind of off on that. And then here, I think we copied it onto this part. I believe you cannot pull it up, so I'm gonna double check that. So might as well show this one. This one is not showing anything, so I'm going to go back here, flip it so that we could show on this side. This one, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull it up instead so that we don't need to redo that. It's just the same thing we're trying to do, although the void form is the one that we need to really create. And then here I just need to flip this one and then move it upwards. Something like that. And then go back here and then just flip it. There we go. I think that's good enough. I'm happy with that. And now it's showing right here onto our second floor. We could delete this one again and then show all of this. I want to add some furniture, so the bed. So furniture, bed, I'm gonna use this one. CM, I'm gonna use the queen instead, and then move it like that. We could put this one right here. I want to flip this one. I think this is much better. And then here, where this one is, will be our main bedroom or our master's bedroom. I'm going to add that. So we're going to stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start creating the second floor. Now we're going to continue working on this. But before that, we need to go back to level 1 because we need to check if we have the floors already, which we have. So actually we're good with floor 1, but we could add level 2 right now. So let's go to floor, and then we could edit duplicates, and we have floor number 2. Let's maintain 200, and here we need to set it as a wood material. So let's look for a wood material that would be best for here. This one, I usually like the mahogany color for the second floor, so let's use that instead. Let's click on pick line, and we need to go around right here. On this area, it will be a balcony, so we're going to remove this part later on, and instead we're gonna add in a balcony. So let's add this one first, and then we could deal with that later on. So just choose the inside wall, and then now we need to do the trim and extend on all corners. So anything that is intersecting, we need to undo that, and we need to connect them all together. So this one will be added, and then all of this, and then we will have an opening right here. So we need to have something like this. Of course, there should be gap between the railing and between here. And then now, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to pick this line actually, and then let's trim and extend here, and then SL here to slice it up, and then trim and extend right here as well. So now we have that opening right here, and I didn't choose this one because I don't want my floor to be showing right here. I want it to be flush, so that's why I have it on here. You can always put it in the middle, but it's up to you. This is just my design overview. So now, and then we need to create an opening onto this area as well for the stairs. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go around here, SL again, and then TR, trim and extend onto this area. So now we have that opening right here, and then we have this one right there. What we can do is we could put this one in the middle. I don't want this one to overlap. And then this one, what we can do is we could have something like this instead. So I'm gonna trim this and then trim this part. It might be glass here, so we'll just navigate later on if we put glass here all the way to the top. Then we need to just put this one right here to show that there's a floor there. So either way, we're gonna uh, check that later on. And then here, what we need to change here is that this will be an outside. So this will be an exterior wall. This one will be exterior wall as well. So in order for you guys not to be confused, I'm just gonna delete this and then add those one later on, because it's easier for us to add. And then in terms of this one, what we can do is we could create an open area. So here, instead of having a door, what we can do is we could create an opening. So if you select a wall, you can create an opening by selecting this under modify wall opening. You will need to click twice to show how do you like the wall. So now if you want to see the look of what we created, I could create an image right there, and as you can see, we have our bed there and we have our wall opening. And of course, if we have a ceiling, there will be a ceiling there. So that's the way you can create a wall opening. Another way is you can select that wall. You need to have a section here, and then you could just edit the wall. But this is a lot easier than doing that. So might as well just use this way so that it's easier for you. So here we're gonna create a wall opening as well, and we could just have that one like that. And of course, if it's nicer if we have a bigger closet area. So what we can do is we could move this one a bit. Similar to that, we can move this one. And the good thing about model in place, as you can see, you can basically change that instantly right there. There we go. And then it's really up to you to decide. And here as well, let's create a wall opening for our closet area, our walk-in closet. So now like that, we have something that looks like that. I'm going to add it on this area. Why? So that we could have a nicer walk-in area here, a lot bigger. So we're basically maximizing the space. So here as well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create that wall opening. Around 700 is good enough. There we go. And then to add those cabinet, usually I just show it with a line. So I'm going to use thin line first. And then I'm just going to add something like this to mix it up. Of course, we could extend this one. So just a quick way of adding those details right there. It's up to you if you want to add a bigger one and if you want to really model it, but as of right now, adding those lines is good enough for me. And then here I could add another line as well to show that we could add a space there, and then here we could have a bigger one, a U shape, and then it's up to you to decide how big you want it to be. You can space it out, you can eyeball it, and it will show like that there. And then after that, what I usually do is to add demolish line and then add those details again. So now demolish line added afterwards, and there we go. You can even choose pick line and then offset this one to 50 so that to be consistent in that regards. And then you just need to trim and extend afterwards. There we go. That's good. So for this part, it's really nice that we have this part right there. And then here, we just need to do the same thing so that we represent the walk-in closet like that. There we go. This one is good. We could have some seating here as well if we want to, or we could have a desk as well. So either way, you can have a desk here. I think it's better if we show, because we already added a desk. So just go to underlay and then choose level 1, and then let's add the desk like that right here, or this bigger desk onto this area. And then let's use the seating as well. So there we go. And then after that, you can turn it off. Put it to none, and then at least it's easy for us to add those. I'm also going to add this side table on all throughout here. I think it's a good addition to the bedside area. And then might as well add some TV here as well. And then here we just need to add it in the middle of each and every one of those. We just need to place it there, and then here we could just move it somewhere right here. We have enough space. So here we have this big area right here. We could add in a bigger windows here, and at the same time we could have an entertainment system here as well. Also, because we have this one, might as well I'm going to align this one instead. So this is an exterior wall, TR. So I'm gonna align it here, and then just delete this part right now, because we could basically make this one as a balcony. I think this is a better way to showcase our model. We could create a notch here so I'm gonna create a notch around 1400 is good enough, and then trim here, and then edit the floor as well. So pick line right here. We actually don't need to pick on that line anymore, because we could just trim and extend here, and then there we go, and then delete this part. Now we could just have that, don't attach, and there we go. So we could have this part as a balcony, We could even extend this if you want, but I think too much of a space. Around 14, maybe I want to add a desk here. So we could basically have something like this. So 1900 is good enough. So I'm just trying to fit it to the space and what we have as a furniture ready. So that's good enough. And then we could just have this one like that. I'm going to just add it right here as well. I think having this nook here will be good enough for the design. And then just moving it properly to the corner would be good enough as well. So now we have this one right here. We have all of this as well. And then what we can do next is we could add the TV as well. So I'm gonna take it from the level 2, so go to underlay and then sorry, level 1, and we have a TV here that is already wall hang. I'm going to have it placed right here. I know this is too big, so I'm going to edit the size. Duplicate this one, change diagonal, make it I think 1000, half of it, and then add it on the other bed. So I'm gonna put it onto this wall, and then here we could have something like that. And then here, this is the one that we need to focus on because this is another one of those. So we can add a bigger TV to represent the family room again. So we just need to change this to none again because we already took that out. What we can do is we can add in a section right here and then flip it, change the view range so that you just see this part again, and then we just need to pull it up a little so the view it's offset around 960. 900 is good enough. I think that's good enough right there. I'm just gonna make it simple and create a model in place, and then generic model. What I'm gonna do is another extrusion. I'm gonna select this part and then here 0 and then 10 here. Click apply, make sure to change it to wood material. I want to make this one as my consistent wood material right here, and then I'm going to make all of this wall like that. And then after that, create another extrusion, pick a plane, that wall again, and then I'm gonna offset this to maybe 50 from the wall like that. And then what I'm gonna do is like a design, something like a design. So I'm going to just create something like that. and then I'm gonna offset those afterwards. And then click that, then type in 50, and then just offset those ones. And then now we have a task of slicing this. It's gonna be time consuming, but it's something that we can do right here to give this wall a nice view. And then trim and extend. If you miss one of this one, that will be fine. Revit will usually let you know if you miss something. You can always click show, and then it will show you which one you missed and you need to fix. So don't you worry about that. So now click on finish and go back to level 2 to check how it looks. I'm just gonna click on that, and then in section that will look like that. So it's something very quick that you can add to the wall to make it look nice. So if we check it right here, there we go. That looks really good. Just having that part right there give that area a really good feel. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to continue level 2 on our project. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is go to ground floor and to add a um, backyard, or to create the pool and then the backyard area. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create a new wall, and we're gonna call it, so I'm gonna edit type, duplicate, and this will be pool wall. Press OK, edit, and then I want to make this one as 100 and change the material. So let's put in a tile material. We already used this, so maybe I'm just gonna use this one instead. OK, and then OK. And before we add that, we need to check our um, south elevation in order to see if we're going to be able to add. So even though we don't have a level for that, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to put it first. Let's put it to base constraint and then ground constraint, base offset. Let's put it at negative 2000. And then let's select rectangle. And then here we're going to put the pool right about here. I know it's not showing at the moment, but don't worry, it will be there. As you can see right there. I'm going to create a top offset of probably 50. And if we go back to ground floor, it will be shown. You can play around with your view range. So basically it's setting up to here. You can put it to level below or unlimited, and it will show whatever's below that. So that's a couple of things that you can do in order to show the walls that we created right now. So here I'm just gonna create something like this. I want to put in a deck. So my deck, I want it to be around, maybe coming right here, or I will put in the pool on this side and then have the deck here. So either way, I think I rather put the pool on this side so that we have some walkway right here, and then I could put a deck around here. We can even put a jacuzzi here if we want to. So something to think about. Or those fire pit area that we can put on here. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on model in place, and then we're going to add the base for the pool. I'm using model in place so that we could manipulate it instantly. I'm going to add this one right here and then change it to the tile vinyl, I think. This is the one that we use, and then click on finish. We need to look at it at 3D, so that's why I'm gonna finish it, and then here we could pull it downwards, and here we just to estimate it, and as you can see we have something like that. After that we're going to add in, so we could actually add the water as well. And then here another extrusion, and then select rectangle, and then here we just need to change the materials to water. And then you can pull up any water you want. You can keep them or keep them both. I'm gonna use this one. Click on finish, go to 3D to look at it and see how it goes. And also we need to go online. It will be on part 1 description. This will be the second link, and it just needs to download the pool ladder right here. So we have it already. So just download that, open the file, and then just drag and drop. I actually have it already, but might as well show you where to look for it. I'm going to add it into my ground floor, and you could just put it right about here. And then actually on this face, this is the one that is connected to the wall. So you have that, and then we have it ready like that. So now everything looks good. I just need to pull this one down a little bit and pull it down this one. So the water doesn't need to be all the way down, it just needs to have it there, so that when we put in water material in Twinmotion, you will be able to see the water. And then go to ground again, and then let's fix the flooring. So what I'm gonna do is would probably like some grass material right about here. So I want this grass material, of course, with concrete steps. So now go to architecture, click on floor, and then edit, duplicate that. This will be floor number 3, and let's just put grass, and let's choose this one. What I usually do is I add the grass first and then edit that one later on, because it's easier to maneuver afterwards. So let's trim and extend this one, delete this, and we're good with this. Click on finish first and then edit again, just to get those steps, and we could basically maneuver it more. I'm going to create those steps like that. I think 500 by 1000 is good enough size. There we go. And I'm gonna put it multiple times. So in terms of spacing, I'm gonna have it there. Copy it, CO, and then make sure multiple is checked and grab it in the midpoint right there. And then we're gonna do the same pattern when we're going to add the concrete. There we have it. I believe that's good enough. Let's see if we could add one more. I'm not sure, but I think that's good enough. And then let's add in another floor. Edit, duplicate. This will be 4. And then let's change this to one of the concrete material. So I'm going to use this. And then I'm going to add in an height offset of, I think 50 is good, or 25. And then we need to copy this again and grab it like that, because it's recurring, or it's being added multiple times. That's why it's easy to just grab and go on those. So now we have this one like that, and it's above it 25, and then we'll get some grass right here. And then after that, go back to ground floor, and let's add in another floor. So I'm going to put another floor right here. I'm gonna use concrete for now, so maybe precast, but you can choose like a tile, and this will go around this wall. And then I'm going to put, to be honest, I rather just put it all the way. I think that's a lot easier to do. So I'm gonna trim this one, And I'm just going to pick lines right about here. And then trim and extend at the end. And we want to make sure everything is cleaned and everything is connected. So now we have the regular floor, make it 0 for sure. And then we're going to add in the deck. So we have this one right here. We have, I'm gonna double check, negative 500 from the ground to our level 1. So we need to add some steps. And then afterwards, we have to have another flooring. This will be for, so this one should be wood material. Let's select one of the wood material. Let's put maple semi-glossy. And then here we just need to add it. I'm planning on adding it around here. And then trim and extend. I want this one to be 200 from the top. So maybe this one is good enough. We could align it onto this wall, or we could extend it depending on how we want it to show. Maybe I could show it like this, and then we could put a step over it. So yeah, I think I like that idea. We could have something that looks like this, and then trim it first, align everything to the wall, and we will have something like this right there. I know it's kind of weird to have it like that. We need the walkway there for sure. So let's go to ground floor again and increase this. Maybe up to the number 3 grid. I think that's good enough. And then for the steps, we're just going to create a model in place. Model in place so that it's easier to do. So here I'm just going to add the mahogany. I think not mahogany, it's letter M. Here, maple, yes. And then we could put this one as 150 and add something like this. I'm gonna set it, pick it right above here. That's about right. And then we could pull it this one out and then add another one on top of it. We could go right here and then one more going about here. So let's do that again. We could add another one, create extrusion, set it, and then let's pick the plane, which is right here, and then just add the one that is this one right here. I think the spacing looks good. I'm happy with it. And just like that, we could just pull it a little bit downwards like that against the trim. and that looks good. Of course, we're gonna put in a plank wood material so that we could see the grains and everything, and then the planking. Usually that's what the deck looks like. So I like the way the stairs goes. I wish we could put it on the other side. I think um, we could put it on the left side if we want to. So let's go to level 1, and I'm just going to flip where this switch goes. So I think that's about it. We have it put it on the other side, and that looks good. We have 6 panels. We could put it at 8 panel so that it looks much better. But let's see. Let's see if this one. Let's check 8 panel look, and that looks much better because the 6 one looks so big. So at least this one looks much better in terms of how it pulls out. So here we could just add some designs later on. I'm planning to add an awning, so that's something that we could do as well. I'm just checking how this one looks, how everything falls out into place, and how everything is connected. So here I'm planning to add the awning. Also, I want to change the material that we have because we have mahogany here. So what we need to do is go to modify and then click on paint. I want to paint the bottom of this. So I want to paint it as gypsum wallboard, similar to what we have, and then maybe just anything that is showing, you could just click on paint so that it's easier for us to hide right here and then right there. So I'm gonna clean those up for sure because we need to add in some awning here. Of course, we need to have some roof as well. I'm planning on maybe making it different or just a plain flat roof. Um, and of course, we will have to add some design here. I'm planning to just put in some of those. I'm not sure if we're going to put grass at the back. I think that's a good idea as well, so that even those small ones, so maybe I could just edit the spacing here to give it some room. Just going to add edit. I'm going to change the spacing here. I think that's good. I think that's good. And then we're just going to add in some pots around here. So we're gonna do that on the next video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create a backyard. We're just going to continue on this, but I want to actually extend this a little bit more. I think it's much better if we pull it out a bit. Save project. And then here, let's just extend it again because I don't like the look of this one. If you're here, it's easier to just fall. So I think I might as well add it something like this. We could edit it more so that we could extend this one a little bit more there. So it's all about spacing and everything like that. So that looks much better. So at least if they go out from here, they don't trip on those. And then what I'm planning to do is just to create an awning from this part, not to connect it from the wall right here. Or what we can do is a different awning with the metal and then glass. So something different that we could do. It will look nice on the backyard. So that's something that we could do as well. And also, I just noticed that we need to add some railings on this side. I'm just going to go right here, CS on that, and I'm going to add a railing from here, closing this right here. Instead of pipe, I want to do the glass bottom so that everything is the same. So that looks nice right there. We have the railing on all those sides. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna complete the roof first, and then let's do the awning for this part. But I want to complete the roof first so that we know where everything is. So I'm gonna go to level 2 first so that we could see like how the roof goes. I'm going to delete this for now, and then here I'm going to architecture and then click on roof and then edit this type, duplicate roof number 1, edit this thickness to be 200, and then here we could just put in one of those paint material, and then after that we could just assign a paint for the asphalt shingles. So here I'm going to create a flat roof, so make sure define slope is unchecked, and then here just quickly selecting the inner walls, and then just by adding those we could just trim it. So trim everything up, make sure everything is connected, and join this one, turn here and join it there. So click on, before you click finish, actually let's put it at level 3. We need to show what's wrong, and there we go. We need to continue first and then TR, trim and extend, and then click finish, and then let's go to 3D. What we need to do is select, don't click it yet, just put your mouse in one of the exterior wall and then click on tab. It will highlight all the exterior wall and click, and then after that we need to top offset this one to around 4 or 600. Let's make 600. Too high, yeah, that's good enough. So 600, we need to click on paint right here, asphalt. Let's select that and then click here. So we have our materials ready for that one as well. Here we need to also close this off. So we need the same thing, but here we have a problem with the connection. I just want to figure this out. How come this one is not getting connected? Here I'm gonna pull this one out, and there we go, and see if this fixed the problem. So it did fix it, so everything is connected now. We just want this one to be connected as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to level 2 or level 1. So once we're in level 1, I think I'm not seeing it. So I'm gonna do an underlay instead to level 1 to see where it is. So here we have this portion extruded and this one as well. So we just need to make those flat. So what I'm gonna do is click on roof again, roof number 1, and then let's just select or add this part right here. Click on finish. Let's look at it at 3D, and as you can see we have it right there. What we can do now next is we could just base offset this to 200 so that it looks flush right there, but this one we just need to top attach it to this roof so that it's not showing those lines. Those are walls that are over the height, but because you do attachment, it won't show. So this one, this part, we could just extrude it below, or we could just clean it up by using a model in place so that every gap is closed. So here, same thing, roof, and then let's close it off right here. Click on finish, and then -200 offset on those. So this is the only part that is showing the floor, and also on this side. On this side, it's easy to maneuver it because we could just pull it down if we want to, except for this part. So what you can do is pull it down first. I'm going to use a line and pull it down properly. But up to this point, we need to slice it. So we need to go to level 2 and look at where it is. So here, SL, we could click that one. So that's sliced already. We could AL, and then there we go. So this is now a 2 wall. There's 2 walls right here. And by using slice, we were able to just unjoin them. So now what we can do next is we could also unjoin this part so that everything looks much better. Let's go back right here where this one is connected. You want this, hold on, I need to visualize where, so here actually, right about here. So we need to slice it, SL, SL, we need to cut it onto this wall. There we go. And then cut this one right here. So now once we go to 3D, AL on this one. This one we need to cut as well. SL. There we go. And then AL again from the floor to 2 right there. So that looks much better. We don't need to do anything else. This is all flat and it's covering all those gaps. Except for this part, I think I need to fix this part right here. We could just align it. So AL, align it to the wall right here. I think that's much better. And then we could just edit this part. So width maybe 1650. So, or 1600. So either way, just edit that. And then now we could just align it to the wall. There we go. And then for the exterior wall right here, we need to change this to a border wall. So we will change that later on. But it needs to be shorter and then needs to go down a little bit. So let's go right here. Make sure to undo the underlay so that nobody gets confused. And then we can prepare the awning that we're gonna create. Let's go to ground floor and start with here. So now let's go here, click on model in place, and then generic model. I'm gonna do an extrusion, but in the face of the deck. And then I want this to be a metal material. I'm gonna use this one. This one is already used, so I'm gonna choose a different one. There we go. And I'm just going to add something small like this. Maybe 100 by 100. Click on finish. I want to be extruded at least around maybe 4500 or 4000. Maybe 4000 is too much, 3500. And then I'm gonna copy this. And then copy it on this corner. So now we have that one prepared there. it's gonna make sense once we have this one fall down, so we have that proper awning there. And then after this, create another extrusion. This one we're gonna set, pick a plane, we're gonna set it at the top of this, or if not, just put it to the floor for now, and then we're going to definitely pull it up afterwards. I'm just going to around here, going here as well, align it to the wall, and then lining up right here, and then line there. So we could just trim and extend, and trim and extend right here. There we go. So everything is lining up, and then we're going to offset this, so 100, and then trim and extend right here. So that's the frame that we're creating. So once the frame is good, we could add in these lines right here. I'm gonna put 50 on those lines, and I'm gonna put them checkered. So I want this one move like that, copy it from the corner, and then I'm gonna move this one right there, copy this, move it to here so that everything is consistent. Copy it, there we go. And then now we need to copy this again and then rotate it. 90, and then move it to this location. We're gonna extend it, and then copy it afterwards. This one looks perfect. And then copy. And then now we just need to clean up. So SL on each and every one of this. This one takes time, but this will be good enough afterwards. What I'm doing is slicing it on all corners. Maybe it's easier for us to just and then here trim it right there. SL again. There we go. And SL right here. SL right here. Let's do this one first on this side. So once we're finished, what we can do is, here it's showing that we missed one. So just quickly remove that. There we go. And then click finish and then go to 3D and let's pull it up. I'm gonna go over first and then pull up the bottom part, and that one we're going to align it from here, and then we could just decide the thickness of this one. There we go. And then what we need to do afterwards is just select this again. We're still here, so we just need to add an extrusion. I'm going to put glass, so I'm gonna use one of this glass, placing right here, and you could just quickly add. I'm going to set this, pick a plane, and let's choose this, and then once you do, you just need to add it. I'm gonna add one part right here and then copy it so that it's easy to copy, because I know everything is the right size except for the, so So I'm gonna do this again. I'm just going to align this AL. So now let's try this again. Copy, and everything is lining up. Usually at the ends are the ones that are over. That's fine because we didn't measure this one to the exact, but we could just estimate it. AL again, and then just click finish and then go to 3D to extrude it from there. Get this one right here, pull it below, and pull this one right there. There we go. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish up this awning at the back, on the backyard. So now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to add the balcony right here. So we need to show that this is a balcony. I want to see where should I put the railing. So here I'm gonna go to underlay, and then I'm gonna use level 1 as my guide. As you can see, we can place it from here. Instead of regular railing, what I'm gonna use is the curtain wall, so that it's glass and it looks nice as well. So I'm gonna use that, and then I'm gonna place it right here, basically in between walls. And then after that, we need to just pull up them and make it closer. And sometimes this stuff is not following to what we're trying to do. So you need to pull this one out, and then in again. And then let's just pull it up like that. Pull this one, and then let's just try and no, this one is not helping us. If we put it on the other side, for some reason it's not going. I'm just gonna try to align it the specific area here. Let's see if it will follow along. I'm gonna put in a line like that, and as you can see, it's still not working with us. So for now, I'm just gonna leave it open like that, but I'm gonna pull this one down instead. So we could even put in a mullion there just to represent something. So we could have that one there and then go back here. We could turn this off now, and what we can do is we can add in some curtain wall windows. So curtain wall again, and then add it into this part. So we want to make sure that everything is showing. Remove the offset first, because we're going to deal with that later on. And then we have this one right here. Make sure this is going from the inside, so you need to flip it a little bit. I don't want it to be forced to be on the end, so I kind of give it some space like this. Something like that. And then I want to add here as well some washroom window, not too high, so this one as well. We could add a nice design right here, maybe 3 of the same size. Copy it and then add it, copy again, and then add it. And then I want a window here as well. And then we could have a window here. We could just pull it from here for now. And then here as well, let's add in some window. And then here. So after we add those windows, what we need to go is we need to go to modify, cut geometry, and then cut those windows right there. We need to do it twice here because we have 2 walls there that we combine so that we can have a nice gap to do our design. And then once we have everything, what we can do is we could go to 3D, and then we could look into those. All of this that we have, it has an offset that we don't like. Make sure those are 0. So I'm just gonna grab all of those. I didn't even notice that one. And then make it 0. And then why not base offset this to at least, so this one is not included. but we could offset this to at least 500. There we go. So that is what we have onto this part. I want to add something here. I think instead EL here first. Line it here. So everything is like that. Of course, we need to pull this one up. And then for the washroom, we need to pull it up as well. Only at the top portion right there. And then align it. There we go. And then for the top portion, we need to set those heights as well. There we go. And here as well. And then here, I'm deciding to add this one instead. I'm gonna make this, just gonna put it here on this part, increase this size, and then we could have this one as a balcony as well. So I'm going to add the same glass right there. There we go. And then just fix it up, push it together like that. Flip one. There we go. I'm gonna flip this. And I'm just going to move this one like that to make it easier for us. And then here we're having the base offset again that we don't need. So that means when we copy this, there's a base offset that it created. So that's why I find this one very high. So I'm gonna move it a little bit down and copy the same thing. I'm gonna close this off. So we need to add in something there. In terms of this wall, we could pull it up later on. So it's up to us to pull it, and then we could maybe move this one in the middle and then create a grand staircase, or just a stair right here, Nice stairs. Something good right there. Everything is looking good. So what we can do now is to add our curtain grid. So here under architecture, this is the icon for that. We need to add curtain grids here. So for rooms that have balcony, we're gonna put in 500 at the top, and then after that we need to add 800 for the door, and then we could just divide it like that. So 500 at the top, and then at least 800, and then just leave it like that. Now I'm happy with that. And then here we just need to divide it by 3. It usually snaps, so don't worry about having a perfect line here. You could just usually snaps as well. There we go. And then even for the 1/3, they do snap. And then here as well. So let's do that on all of our windows. Add all the mullions. And then here, not sure what we're planning to do there. We could put this one, just leave that, those ones right there. And then we have something like right here, so we could just click that, and then here. I think I'm happy with that already. What I'm gonna do next is go to architecture, add in mullion, and then here we could add in all grid lines. Let's change this to 50 by 65, and then click on all grid. So we need to just select that, those there, and so wherever you put your grid line, your curtain grid, just select those. And as you can see, it's easy to select and everything will form by itself. And then once you finish it, next thing we do is we add the curtain door. So there's another way of doing that. We need to delete the ones on the bottom first, because obviously you need to have those deleted for the door, and then here as well. So before we add those doors, we need to go to insert, load family, and go to doors, and we have this curtain wall single glass. Click open, and then what you need to do next is to click tab. So don't click yet. What you need to do is just move your cursor where the panel is. You need to select the panel, and if it's highlighting just the panel, that's where you click your cursor. And then after that, go to drop down and then select that door that we just added here as well. So let's do it again. Click on tab multiple times until you have that panel highlighted. Select that and then click on drop down here. So that's how you add those curtain doors. If you want to change the orientation, go to level 2, and then here you can flip this one right there, and then we can flip here as well, so that we have the proper rotation or orientation as well. So once we're there, once we've finished that, we could now double check if we have everything added. Want to make sure you double check everything. And then we need to add a floor there. So for now, I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go model in place, generic model, and then here we're going to add an extrusion, and we're just going to create an extrusion for this. And then after that, we need to select, and I'm gonna choose gypsum wallboard, and you can even duplicate this one and then click finish. Go to 3D and let's double check how it looks. We could pull it down because it's too much for our floor right there, and we just want it to be looking like that. And because this is a gypsum wall or model in place, as you can see, we could click onto the proper face and it will change. And then align this one as well to this wall. What I'm gonna do is I'm just going to click on finish, AL, align it to this wall. And now it looks like this. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add our curtain doors right here, and then we added mullions and curtain grids. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to create the boundaries here. So what I'm gonna do first is go to our ground floor. We could add in our grounds right here. So we're gonna use floor again. So click on floor and then edit type, duplicate, and this will be floor number 7. And we need to change the material. Let's leave the thickness to 200. We're gonna go to concrete. So we have a lot of right here. So we're gonna choose one random one, apply OK, and then OK. Then we're gonna use rectangle and go around right here and give it some space about here, and we need to use pick line so that we could trim and extend from here. I think I'm going to put in some grass around this part. So we need to just put this one right here and then trim and extend to all the extensions and then clean it up a little bit. So after that, make sure you're in the ground floor and then click on finish, and then let's look at it right there. So we have our ground floor added, and then it's up to us if we're going to extend this. I think I'm going to just do it until this part. I believe it's good enough. So as you can see, and then grass around here, and then we're going to extend this border right here. So before that, let's change the border. So here I'm going to unjoin this, and we need to create a border wall. So duplicate this. We could use exterior wall number 2 as its name, and then for the materials, let's leave it at gypsum wallboard. because it's easier to change. So wall number 2, and then here we need to wall number 2 as well, exterior, and then here we need to unjoin this like that, and then here trim and extend, and then we need to lower everything down so that it follows through. We're going to minus maybe 1,000 on all of them, and then before we connect them we need to fix it first. And then go to ground floor again, and then connect them, and then here we need to move this one right there. I'm going to add this one right here. Want to make sure that we use CS so that it copies the one that we offset at the top, and then there we go. It looks much better and everything is showing properly. So now it's up to us if we're going to change the materials right here. I believe having maybe another white material, so I'm just going to put it at the same material, but we're going to just duplicate gypsum. It's up to us to change it once we're in Twinmotion, so at least everything will be good. And then here we need to fix the joint right here, so we need to go to our level 2, and then here we need to change it by using this wall joints. Select this corner, and then now we need to click on next. It's just going to show us what's the best way of joining this one, so maybe miter or square off, but unfortunately this one is not giving us an option of, because I want it to be the other way around. Usually when we click here like that, we need to click on next, and then it will show us. For some reason it's not doing it, so let me double check what's going on here. I think for this reason, because this one is just a small wall, I could just cut it. So I'm gonna cut it, so SL, not with gap, but split element only, and then we're going to cut it like that. So what will happen next is we could just drag and drop that, and now everything is good. And then this one, actually we need more. It needs to be up to here, so that's why it needs to be right here. Click right here, and let's see how this one is joined. We need to click on next on how this one should go, and we could just move that one right there. We could align it AL so that everything is aligning properly, and those things are much better in terms of the look. And then after that, let's extend this one. So I'm going to go to ground again, extend this so all the way to the end right here, AL, and then pull it right there. And then here, I'm just going to attach the same one to this side. And then put it like that. AL, and then align it from the end like that. And everything will be good. We need to add another floor. So go back to architecture, click on floor. We need grass. Actually, we have the grass already right here. So this is floor number 3, CS on that, so that we can add it fairly quickly because it's already been done. So as you can see, we have that one added. And then this wall, you could just edit and then put it in the inner side of the wall. So now everything is showing properly. And then now, what I want to do is add grass around here. So we could do pick line on here, and then after that, add this one right about here. Usually I put some space around so that it's good enough. And then CS on this, or just add a line, TR, trim and extend, and we could just extend it more. And click finish. And then as you can see, we forgot to trim that part, and Revit let us know that we missed that. So here we just added this part right there, and what we need to do is add a door right here. So we could just create something there. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna create an opening, so wall opening right about there, and as you can see, we could add a gate on that part easily. And then here as well, what we can do is we could chop it off. So SL, I want my gate right here, and then my gate right here, so a bigger gate. So we can delete this and delete this, and then we're just getting ready for everything to be added like that. So now let's go back to ground floor, and what we can do is we could add in the streets right here. So another floor architecture, and then we could do edit, duplicate, will be floor number 8, and let's change this to different material. I'm gonna choose one of the concrete right here. Apply, OK, and then OK. I'm gonna create a rectangle as well. And in terms of the sizing, I'm going to estimate this one around maybe 1500, 15,000 basically. I think that's good enough size. And then press OK, and then let's put in some grass here, CS on that, and let's put the grass on this side. Then we're going to add sidewalk. So I'm just going to align this one right here, click on finish, look at it at 3D to see how it looks. And then we have some gaps here that we could just edit. So edit boundary, go to ground floor to see it properly. And we could just, what we can do is we could just move this one right here so that everything is connected already. We don't need to edit those stuff anymore. Let's not forget the side or the stairs right here. We might extend this, or it's really up to us. So what I can see is we have this small one right here. What we can do is we can open this up, but it's up to us. Let's see how it goes first. Maybe we could edit this size for now, somewhere like this, and then we could just edit this one as well. And then now we could move this one a little bit back like that, and then just like this. So at least we have a nice entrance. I want to see it in 3D again. And then let's go back to ground floor, and then we're going to add another floor. Let's duplicate this, number 9, and this will be another concrete material. And then click OK, and then OK. And then here, what we can do is we can have the sidewalk right here. Let's see, usually 2000. And then here we can put 2000 as well. And then after that, I'm going to put some curve here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to fold this one like that. I'm not gonna put anything anymore there, because that's just a small one. And then we could basically SL split this one, and then TR trim and extend on this side. And then what we can do afterwards is we could use a fillet arc and something like this, around 1000. I think that's good enough. What I want to do here is to height offset this to 200, make it 400 instead, so that everything is above on this. What I want to do as well is to move this one a little bit like that. I want to add some grass on this side as well, so I'm going to edit and just have something like this right here, because it's not good to have all of that. So at least we can put some grass there, and then we can select that CS, and let's fill this up. And as you can see, that looks much better. We can put some small trees here. We're gonna open this up, so something that we're gonna do, and then we're gonna design the gate as well. But before that, let's finish this off. Let's go to 3D to see it much better. So we could go model in place, generic model, press OK, and then OK. And then we're gonna use sweep command, and then we're gonna pick path. So here we need to create this right here, and then all of that, but we have to do it one at a time. We cannot just do it all together. And then after that, click on edit, and then here we're going to add this part right here. But let's not forget to change the material. I'm gonna use the same materials later on the three of them. This one you need to know so this one, so C15 of this cast in place. So C15, and then here we need to change the height to 200, and then here this one is around 50, and then we're going to fillet art this one. This one is around 30. That's good enough. So here we're gonna click on finish and then finish again. So by just adding that, it will look nicer. As you can see, the way it looks, that's just the way a sidewalk is being formed. And here what we can do is we could probably extend this a little bit more if we want to. I think the size is we can do is we could give this part instead, so at least we have that. That's good enough, I believe. And in terms of height for all of this part, I think we could do is I'm planning to make the offset to be around negative 1500. I want to give it a little bit more, so that's why I just want to show this one. Or maybe we could do negative 1300. Yeah, 1300 is good enough. We did 1300 and that as well. So at least everything is still visible. And then we need to go and create this part as well. So we could just select this again. I'm gonna do this on this same one. Sweep, pick path, select this parts, and click finish, edit profile. This one is the same thing that we did. We need to do rectangle. This one is 200 by 50, and then we have a fillet art of 30. Click finish and then finish again, and then lastly this straight run right here. So we need to create again another sweep, pick path, select this one, click finish, edit profile, and then we just need to select that. So I think it's better if I did it on wireframe so that everybody can see properly. Even for me, I'm having a hard time. So this one is 50. This one is 200. Fillet arc 30. So that's good. Click finish and then finish. As you can see, that looks much better, and it looks better now. we could add in more stuff. So let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the streets and the sidewalk. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I want to do first is to remove the sidewalk right here, or sorry, this border wall right here. And I just want to connect it here onto this wall right here, like that. And I want this to be open, basically. Let's go to ground floor and see where the gaps are. So here we have this gap right here, so we're going to connect it. Something like this. And then edit this boundary right here as well. And then also we have some patches right here. What we can do is we can delete this border right here and then edit this one because it's all grass, and then we could trim and extend. So now when we look at it in 3D, as you can see, we have something that looks like this. We could actually push this one a little bit at the back. And then so that we have this nice space right here, we're going to create our stairs right here, and then it's gonna flow all going down. So I'm just gonna edit this part and then finish that. And then here I want to check the thickness of here, so I'm gonna change this to 100. And then edit this part right here. So I'm gonna edit the sweep and then edit the profile. So actually what we can do, I'm just gonna undo that because it's just gonna, it's not that bad. At least we could just offset this. So offset this one to 300, and then it's gonna overlap again. So if we want to offset this one, we can do so. Edit, and then there you go. It fixed itself. So now it's not too high, and then it's just exactly where it is. So I'm good with that. If you want, you can remove this patch as well, but we could make that nicer later on. So now let's go to our south elevation, and I want to just add our gate right here. So this is our ground floor, so we need to create a gate here. So let's go and go to architecture, model in place, and then generic model. Press OK, and then select extrusion, pick this plane, and then let's change this to a metal material. You can choose right here. And then let's pull out something that we haven't used yet. Apply, OK. And then we could then create our extrusion right here. So we could offset this one to 10 so that it's not actually flush. There's some gap. And then another offset, maybe 30. Going inside again. So click spacebar so that it goes inside the offset. And then click finish on that. And then if we go to ground floor, we'll be able to see it, and then we could push it going back. And then after that, we're gonna create an extrusion, and then we're gonna set this one right here, and then click finish. Let's check our south elevation first. We need to put it first into the proper location, and then we could go back here, and then we could array, and then you click on last, and then how many you want. I'm going to suggest around 12 first. Grab it there, and then grab it at the end. So now it's going to space it out properly. And then if we go to our south elevation, we can see that it looks good right there. And then actually we need to pull it down a bit. Let's pull it out a bit. Edit group, and then click finish, and then it will just follow along. And then there we go. We could adjust it if you want. If you go to south elevation, you could just nudge it down a bit, and then there you go. I think that's good enough there. So, and then once we're in Twinmotion, we could change the look or the materials that we use here, but we're gonna use some metal material. And then here, I want to pull it down. I still want this one. Maybe I'm gonna change it to a thicker wall. I want to extend my glass door right there to all the way. So I'm going to edit the way this one looks. Maybe I'm going to remove this part right here, and then I'm gonna push all the way right here. And then this one, I'm gonna notch it backwards. So move it, MV, and then move it right there. So beside the TV, the mounted TV on the wall. And then here, I'm going to trim it. There we go. And then this one, edit the boundary. You can delete this, and then trim this one right here. Click finish. And then of course, what will happen is you will have some spaces that are open here, even in the ground. Of course, we need that. So we're just going to close that wall right there. But we need to work on our roof first. So in our roof, simple enough, you just need to trim and extend here, and then edit the boundary to the inside. So now it's like this. we're going to move this one down and then push this one. So because this one's right here, and then this is a model in place, we could just slide it along, and then we could attach this one right here. So AL, bottom right there, and then AL, and then AL again. But this one we could just leave it like that, and then we're gonna fill that one later on. And then for now we could extend this one all the way to the end right here, and then of course we're going to clean it up. And then here in our level 2 we could extend this one. So I'm going to remove this for now, extend this all the way to the end. Let's remove this first, and then extend this one all the way. Okay, and then now go to 3D. What we can do is remove this. So I'm going to remove the mullions first, and then remove this one. So now it will be removed, and then we just need to cut this. So cut geometry from the wall, and then there we go. Let's just leave this one for now, because we're gonna use that to change the look of this. So go to south elevation now. Let's change this to consistent color, and then define. We still have our mullions on the sides right there, and then here what we're gonna do is we're gonna do some changes here. So go model in place, generic model, and then click extrusion, pick a plane, and then this wall right here, and then select here, change this one to a different material, something black that we could use. I'm gonna use metal panel and then duplicate that. And then here we're going to make this one right here. Align it to the end. And then select this one, offset this one to 200. There we go. And then we could delete this. And then here we could move this one. Right there, so that everything is 200. Click finish. Go to 3D and then push it outwards like that. And then here, actually, what I want to do is to remove this one. I just want to remove this so that everything is in the same one. So go to south elevation, finish this, finish, and then remove this one. But don't worry, we're going to use that again. So edit, edit extrusion, and then trim this one. Okay, click finish and go to 3D. So now this one looks good right there. And then we're gonna fix this problem right there first. So I'm gonna cut this one. I'm gonna go to level 1, and it's somewhere right here. SL, and then we're gonna cut it somewhere right here. Go to 3D, and then now we could just move this one all the way down. So now it's completely separated. We could remove this, and then we're going to extend this one instead. Something like that. We can move this one all the way there, and it looks really good. And then here I'm going to edit this one, duplicate. This will be wall number 3, but I'm going to change this one to a different material. Duplicate, mahogany. So now I'm gonna change this and this one as well to wall number 3. Okay, and then this one I might change this to a thicker wall that I want to recess. So this wall right here, I'm gonna push it back a little bit, but I want to make it thicker. So I'm going to drag this one out first, edit, duplicate, duplicate number 4. Thickness is around 500, and then different material again, maybe a limestone but duplicated. And then this one will need to be aligned from this wall, and then push it back. And then of course this should be in the middle, and then if we check this one, it will look like that. And then we're not done yet, because I want to have another one going around here. So for this one, let's go to level 2, This is the extrusion that we created. Edit in place. And then we're gonna void this. Void extrusion. And then we're going to do something like this. Drastic change right here. And then trim and extend. Click finish. And then let's see. We need to pull it up and then pull it down like this. And then cut geometry. So now it's looking like that. And then now I want to do the other side. But with the other side, I want it to be from the inside of this. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go to south elevation, select this extrusion right here, edit extrusion. Actually, we're gonna create another extrusion instead. Pick a plane. We're going to select this wall right here, change the material. I'm gonna use stone, duplicate that. Actually, we're just gonna leave this one for now and continue in the next video. So thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 17 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we started editing or creating the extrusion. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I want to do again is to edit the extrusion part right here. And then the void that we have here, I want it to be more. So let's go to level 2, and then I'm going to move this one to a more angular shape, and then there, and then cut geometry. And then we just need to leave this one for now there, and then edit the extrusion again. We need to go to our south elevation and we need to move this one down a bit. So this one is down a bit, so that's fine, because we're going to place another one right here. So click finish. It's still covered with the cut geometry, so we're good on that. And then go back to south and then edit this one again. Actually create another extrusion. Pick a plane, select this wall right here. And then we need to change this one to a lighter. So I'm going to use this, duplicate it, apply OK. And then here, we need to go again right here. We're going to push this one back later on. And then 200 offset, spacebar, and to the end right there. Click finish. Go and extrude it something like that. And then here we need to change the extruded part again. But here in our south elevation, what we can do is go to hidden and see how our model is. This is the void extrusion that we created. And then click finish. The curtain wall, we need to slide it inside here so everything is showing, even the mullion. There we go. Even with this one, it looks amazing. And then we could pull it up a bit because I don't want those space. So I'm going to make it all the way. So let's go to south elevation, edit this one, edit extrusion right here, all the way to the top. Put it all the way there, edit this extrusion, pull it all the way to the top as well. And then of course this one goes along. And then here of course we need to lower it a bit because everything is touching there. So good thing that we cut those ones out so that it doesn't show. So this one is good enough there. And then now here, what we're going to do is we're going to create a void for this part right here. Edit in place, go to level 2, and then create a void extrusion. We're gonna cut it like that. And then go to south to see where it is, and then we just need to cut geometry and then see how this one looks. And then we just need to edit that part right there so that it doesn't go all the way. And then we just need to do some adjustment afterwards. And then once you have your angle there, we can create it on this part as well. So here I want maybe just a bigger one instead, similar to what we have. And we're gonna make it consistent. So I'm going to edit in place. This one is metal panel. I'm going to create an extrusion, pick a plane, select this one right here, and then offset it to 200. Spacebar, and then click, or change this one first. Actually, we could just do that instead. We're gonna reverse the way we did on the last one. And then let's create a void extrusion for this one. Go to level 2. And then this one, void extrusion. Go to 3D to see it much better, or to south elevation, depending on what you want, and then click cut, and then go back to south elevation, create an extrusion again, pick a plane, select this wall right there, change this to the metal material, 200 again, and then click finish. And then let's extrude that, something like that. And then we're going to cut geometry again. So go to level 2, void extrusion, click finish, pull it up, make sure the second one is only going to be applied onto the second one, and then cut geometry. As you can see, if you go over, it will affect the other one. There we go. So now that's looking good right there. I like the way this one affects. And then we have this change right here. And then click on finish. And then let's go to south elevation because I want to extrude it all the way to the top. And then just fix some of this one right here. So both of them are all the way And as you can see, that looks really good right there. Okay, so now let's do is we could add in the glass separations. So we need to add the curtain grids, and I'm just gonna make it simple and then divide it first half. And then I'm planning on adding the door in the middle. Something like that. Double check. I think that's perfect right there. Perfect location. And then we could just change the orientation on the plan. And then after that, we could cut and add in all grids right there. And then let's not forget to delete this part right here. I think that's good enough. Want to make sure that we don't have any gap of offset, so I'm gonna make this one 0. I want it to be flushed, and then make sure this one is as well, so because they are connected, so we have that one there as well. So next thing we're gonna do is we're going to finish off the stairs. So what I'm gonna use for the stairs are just model in place. It's so that I could manipulate it easily. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on model in place, generic model, and I'm gonna create an extrusion, and I'm gonna set it to this plane right here. And then after that, we could create this one right here, and I'm going to align it on the top right here so that we know the proper height. And then we're going to divide it now. So I'm going to put it around 100, and then 100 again, and then now we could trim this off and then trim this off. So once we created this, before we click finish, I'm going to use a concrete material, apply OK, and then click finish. And then we could align it into this part right here, and then it's easy enough that we could manipulate it right here and then, so we don't need to change this one anymore. So I'm going to align it up to this part right here, and then I'm gonna go and align it right here, and then the last part is like that, so everything looks nice. And then we have space here, and then we could add in some lighting here. So what we can do afterwards is to create a void sweep, and then pick path, select this path right here, and then click finish, click here again, edit profile. So now we're gonna create that void sweep right there. I'm going to add this one first. I want it to be around 30 from the top, and then going inside 5, 5, and then close it off, and then delete this line right here. Afterwards, we're going to click finish, and we could actually copy this and then click finish and then finish and then cut geometry. So now that is cut. Let's do that on other. So void sweep, actually void sweep, pick path, select here, click finish, edit profile, T, and then select this one, MV, move it to the end of right there, and then just delete this. Click finish, and then finish, and then cut. Let's do it right here again. Sweep, pick path, click finish, select this one, edit profile, like that, and then the distance is 30, and then move it to the ends right here, and then delete that, click finish, and then finish, and then cut geometry. And then, but we're not that done. We need to set a paint, and then luminance, high luminance, select that one, and then we need to paint it at the back there. There we go. Let's add it there. At the back again there. And then lastly on this back. So we could click done, finish, and then we're done with the stairs with lights. And as you can see, that looks good right there. And then once we're in Twinmotion, we could set this one with lights, and everything will look nice. And then we have this one right there, and all good right here. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 18 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create all this extrusion right here, and then we created the stairs as well. So now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I want to do first is to finish this one at the back, but we're gonna make it simple only. So I'm going to edit in place, and then I want to make sure that I select the same materials as the one right there, and then we're going to go to our north elevation and then create extrusion, pick a plane, select this one, and then we're going to change the material, and then we're going to do the extrusion now. I'm going to just make it like this, and then here as well. Change this to 200, this one 200. Trim and extend, trim and extend. Click finish, go to 3D to see how it looks, and we're just going to extend it like that. Delete this part right here. And then just delete that part right there. So we have the same one from the front, but it's just a simple one. And then after that, I want to select the materials right here because I want to have the same materials that we have from here. I just keep on selecting. So porcelain, tile porcelain, number 1. So that's the one that we need to use for paint. So we're gonna select this one, and then we're gonna choose all of this right here. All the face that we have needs to be porcelain. So that it's consistent with what we have here. Okay, so now we have that one figured out. We have porcelain here and everywhere. And then for this one, we need to change this one as well to a different material. I'm gonna use this one, stone, duplicate it. So that's for the border wall. And then here, I'm going to paint this one in a different, and then maybe this one as well. So we have a separation right there. Okay, so we fix that, and we fix everything else. And then here, I'm actually going to remove the mullion only in the middle, and then the grid as well, because I just want it to be like one whole window except for this one. Actually, we could just remove this. Why not? So it looks sick, but there's still a door there. So I'm happy with that. Okay, so now we're good with that. So I want you to go to the part 1 description. There will be link there, and the second link, the first link is for all the regular Revit materials, and then the second link is for the extra families that I created. And then here we have spotlights. You need to download the circle and the square so that you can choose which one you want. And if you go to your downloads folder, we can move this one now. So you could just drag and drop. So which one you want, you choose. And then I'm gonna choose my square. And then the trick here is to add it to the location that you want. So I'm gonna add there, I'm gonna add here. And then add right about there. And then on this one as well. So any faces that you can add it, please add it, because it's only applicable on those faces. I'm gonna add it onto this face right here. Okay, so I'm adding it there. I also added it here. And then let's add it right about here as well. Then we don't have anything on in here, so we're good. So after that, I'm going to go to level 1 first. So here it's not visible, but if we go to our ceiling plan, it will be. So now this one is attached to the base of here. So I'm going to move it and copy, usually 1000. I like it to be consistent so that it's easier for us to remember. So once we're in Twinmotion, it's easier to add those spotlights. And then here, we could add it onto the entrance. 1000 and then 1000 again. And then move it somewhere nicely. And then here, we could copy it again. 1000. 1000. And then move it nicely in the location. And then here, I'm gonna move this one to this location right here. And then I'm gonna start copying it. 1000. I'm gonna make this one 2000 here. You just need to remember. Okay, and then now let's go down there. I think that 2000 is good enough, and then maybe 1000 here. I'm gonna put it in the middle there, so that looks much better. go to 3D and see how it looks. And then we need to go to level 2. Level 2, it's not showing. So we need to go to level 3, but we don't have this view. So what you need to do is go to RCP, and then we have level 2. We need to show it, so we can change the view range, or we could do an underlay. Check the underlay if it's showing. Level 2, it's not showing there. Put it to none, and then change the view range. There we go. So now you just need to put it to center, copy it, there we go. And then here we do the same thing every 1000. For this one, we just need to add 2 and then center it. But here we need a little bit more. So copy, move it to the left, and then keep on adding 1000. And then just add it properly to that location, and then see how this one looks, if it's good enough, and then there, if you're satisfied, that's good. I'm just double checking if I was able to select all of those properly. And then after that, I want to edit this side, because I want this one. So go to ground. I'm going to edit this, edit boundary, and I'm going to have this one right there, and then edit this one, edit boundary. I want to change this one to this side. And then trim and extend, trim and extend. And then here we need to fillet arc 2800, and then 2800 as well, to be consistent. Click finish, and then delete this, edit this one, and then trim and extend here. And then we just need to edit this one, this part right here. So I'm going to go to ground again, and then select this one, and then trim and extend here, SL first here, trim and extend, and then why not edit this boundary right here. Trim and extend. And then fillet art 2800. And then click finish. Edit this one. Edit sweep. Big path. We're gonna select the edges. So let's finish this first and then hide this one. Hide element. And then edit this part. Pick path. And then click finish, finish, and then finish. So now it's consistent there. And then here, you just need to select this one and then unhide it again. And then close it off. And then if you want, we could add in a boundary there. Go to ground. Put it in wireframe. And then we could create this one right here. Small patch right here to be grass. Click finish and then go to 3D, and that looks really good there. So we can add in a house here, a house on the side, and then some house here, and then it will look nice. So that's looking good right there. So what I want to do afterwards is actually I'm gonna just delete that and then change this to be consistent now. Because we have some space here anyway, that we could add some plants, and then it's up to us to add, like for example, I'm planning to add another house here on the side, and then maybe another house on this side. So I'll probably going to extend this one like that for background, and then we could add something here for the background as well. So yeah, I'm just going to move this one all the way. I think that's the best thing to do. Move this all the way. And then I'm going to edit this one and then move this one right here, and then move this one just around here, and then click finish. It will move along because it's a sweep, And then there we go. At least we have some space. We could put 2 cars here, and then we have enough space to enter. And then without a gate, we just have border walls. And then we could add in another house here. I'm thinking of adding a border wall right here, and then the house. So I'm just going to align it like that, and then this one right there, and then houses on this spot right here as well, with the other with trees as well, and then we could work on it in Twinmotion. So we're gonna stop here for now, continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 19 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish modeling. We added the lights, and then we finish up and edit the site. So now we're ready to create the sheets, and I'm gonna show you how to create that. But first, we need to go to our level 1 and add more information like the room names and all that. So let's go to level 1, and we need to add, or we need to tag the rooms. So here we have room, so we're gonna click on that, and then as you can see, if we click here, the rooms that we have, if we click, all of them are, because it's a closed area, as you can see, that is fine. But here in the open concept area, as you can see, it's basically selecting all of this space. So what we need to do is we need to do a room separator. So now what will happen is we could select the space that we want to seclude, and then we could basically mark them as its own area. So now I'm just selecting all of those, and then if we select this again, as you can see, we could now change this up. I want to close this off. I think we need to add this part right here, and then here I need to, and then now this is its own area. We could just select this one right here and then delete this. So now this is its own area, and then we could even add the stairs right here. So we could put stairs. Let's put all cap stairs. We have our living area, powder room. We have our kitchen right here, dining, and then our family room, our family area, and then we have our office room, and then here we could have our laundry room right there. And then if we go to level 2, we can have this one right here. This is our master's walk-in closet. We need to have a room separator, so let's add that so that we could completely mark this area. And then here is another living or family entertainment room, and then we could just add in our stuff right there. So here we could put walk-in closet, ensuite. Number 1, we have our master's bedroom. This will be entertainment. This will be bedroom 1, ensuite 2, ensuite 3, and then bedroom 2. And then I believe on ground, or sorry, our level 1, we need to add this one as well so that everything is proper. Ensuite 4, I believe. So now, as you can see, those room tags are very big for the area. Don't worry, because once we change the scale, it will completely change the scaling as well. So here you can move it to the area that you want to. I'm just imagining once it change, because we're going to change it later on, it will basically be readable. So as you can see, it changes to the scaling that you have. So as of now, just leave it right there. You can even put a room separator right here, for example, and then you could put a room there, or just for a placement, and then you can put backyard. And then you can even put carport right here. There we go. And then just put room tag, and then carport. There we go. So now everything is labeled properly. What we can do now is to prepare our sheets. So what I'm gonna do is click here first, go to insert, load family, and then what we could do is we have title blocks right here. So this is where we need to go once we create our sheets, and then we have different kind of size. So now let's go to sheet, right click on this, and then click on new sheet. Like I said earlier, we have title blocks that are different size on here, but we already have a loaded A0 metric. That's like the default. So what I can do is I'm just gonna choose that one. So here in sheets, it created A101. If you want, you can change this to a different numbering. Revit will recognize the sequencing, so you don't need to worry about it. But yeah, if you change this, it will change the sequencing that you want to. So it's up to you to do. Here, I'm gonna put in ACD, Arch Core Design. Project is JAC LJD house, and then this will be our cover sheet. So that's good right there. Now what we need to do is we need to click on multiple sheets. So as I said earlier, it recognized the sequencing, so we're just going to keep on adding, and then you can rename it either on each of this, or you could just go right here, click it twice, and then here you could change the name as well. So this will be first floor, and then here we could put second floor, and then here we have elevation, and then another elevation. So once we're done with that, we could do is we could go to ground floor, and once we're here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a camera view. This will start our rendering process. So here I'm gonna do a view like that. That looks good. You can change and then once we created that, we need to extend this so that we could have this rendering in the proper view, and we could change this one to realistic, and then we could turn on some sun, or you want to just leave it like that. So I'm just gonna turn on the sun off, and then just the shade, and then after that you need to go to view and then click on render. So here in the settings we have draft, and then in different settings it will take times. So if you choose draft, it will be fast, but it will be pixelated. So if you want the best rendering, it will take time though. So if we try draft now, I click render, it will render us a couple of seconds, and then we will able to add it to our sheet, our cover sheet. So let's just wait for it. And then once it's rendered, as you can see, you'll be able to adjust exposure by clicking here, and you'll be able to slide this one depending on how you want it, and then click apply. If you want to reset it, just select this one and it will reset to the default one. You'll be able to export this to JPEG or PNG or TIFF file, and then to your location, or you could just save it to your project. So once you save this one, you can name that one, and then it will have a rendering portion right here, or file right there. So now what we need to do is to drag and drop this one right here, and then select this one. I don't want this title, so no title, but you'll be able to enlarge this one. That's the big difference between this one and then the 3D view that we created. So this one, the rendering. And then after that, what's the best thing we could do is to create our title sheet, or like a sheet list. So here, so now let's go to our schedule, and then right click here, click new sheet list, and then what you need to do is you need a sheet number, and then sheet name, and then click OK. You'll be able to add it to your cover sheet by selecting here and then dragging it down. And as you can see, it doesn't look nice at all, but we can edit that. So right here we could edit. So click right here, appearance, uncheck this one so that there's no blank row right here, and then here you'll be able to change the title text to be a little bit bigger, header slightly bigger, and then the normal size right there. And then you'll be able to expand all of those to make it look nice. You'll be able to edit the text as well. I don't want this one, drawing list. And the good thing about this list, drawing list, is if, for example, if you want to change or delete this, you'll be able to do so, and then it'll be automatic. So now we have our cover sheet done. Let's go to our first floor. What I usually do is I drag this one right there to see how to gauge it. So knowing that this is very small, what we can do is we need to go to level 1 and change the scaling. So now once we change scaling, as you can see, we change all of those text as well. So you could actually gauge it now and put it in a proper area that it will be seen properly, or it's not overlapping on anything. So here you can click tab right here to change the stairs right there. So that's just an idea of how you're going to be able to clean up your views. And then now if we check this one, if we add this, this will be so big on the first floor. So let's try it again. So now the size of this is big, but we need to remove the remaining stuff right there. So let's delete this again and then fix it on level 1, and then we just need to go press escape and then go on this side. Check all of this first, go to extend, crop view, crop region visible, and annotation crop. You just need to check all of them, and then you just need to move this one right here. And then once you crop all of those, if you want, you can go past here. As you can see, the grid line is still visible because that's something that you cannot hide from here unless you really want to hide the grid line. But here in the crop view, you cannot hide it like that. So you can make it decrease it if you want, but as you can see, it will hide those dimensions that we have, those right there. So usually what I do is, if it's too wide, I try and see and trim it a little bit, so like something like that. And then once you're happy, it's really up to you if you want to uncheck this one, because this part, this crop region visible, that's something that it's not visible once you put it in your drawing. It's just something that the user only can see. So it's really up to you to uncheck that. But for me, it looks okay once I know that it's not going to be visible. So here I'm going to add that. Usually I add it somewhere on the left side or the right side, left side, and then add those texts that we can generate here. Usually have general notes and keynotes. So mostly there's more stuff right here. So let's put it on this side, and then at least if we're ready, you can put all the notes that you want. But we have a problem right here that it's showing level 1. You can change the name basically right here, first floor, and then it will change there. But what if you just want it to be changed right here? What you need to do is just press escape, select this view, and then here, title on sheet. You can put first floor, and then select here, and then click apply. So it will only change on this part, but it won't change on the view name right here. So now let's go to level 2. Let's do the same thing. Let's crop this, click all of them, crop all of this that we don't need, change the scale to 1:50, and then go to first floor or second floor, and then drag and drop. And then here we just need to change the name here, and then click apply. So now we have that one right there. If you're bothered with the title length here, the line on the title, the way it works is you need to click here, and then you can drag this one right there, and then click it again, or click here. If you want to drag it, press escape first, and then you can drag it, so that it's something that you can do right here as well. Press escape, select that, and then you can drag. So you need to select actually the view first in order for this one to be dragging. So that's good right there. We have, and then elevations. So we have 2 elevations that we create. As you can see, in elevation we have 4. So here it's very small, so what we need to do is make it big. So the way we make it big is change the scaling right here, crop this one because there's a lot of stuff that we don't need to show. And then once you're happy with that, you can change the consistency right here, consistent color, and then you can put in the detail as well. You can also go to graphic display, and you could change the background if you want to. So gradient, apply, and then at least there's stuff right there. So usually change everything first before you do anything else. Fine, crop it. Here as well, you don't need that space. And then make sure to do all of them, apply it, consistent, and then there's a lot of space that it's not needed. And then here, crop all of them. And then change the graphic display and then the course to fine. And then why not add the background, because that looks nice. So gradient background on all of them. It just adds a more detailed view and makes it much better. So now we just need to drag and drop all of them, and then just add those. And then here, elevation, we need to add the south and then the west. And then once you're done, we can print it out. So click print, choose your printer. You want to make sure to select this view and then pull it back to combine multiple, or else it will print separately. So you want to make sure to do that. Select here, uncheck here, check all, because you want everything to be printed. You can save all of this. So I'm gonna save this full set. So at least every time I want my full set, I just need to go right here, and then you could do different ones. Like for example, save this one again. You want this one to be addendum 1, or change order, or whatever. So you can do different ones. Then this one, change order. So different ways that you can create. And then once you have the full set, at least you can see the difference and how fast it is to be, because in the real world there's a lot of drawings and you cannot just pinpoint each and every one all the time. You want to make it fast for everyone, so at least this one you can make it organized. So just press OK, and then here you can change the size of the paper and everything. You want to make sure it's always vector process. It's up to you if you want it colored or just black lines. And then usually I don't change this one except for the black lines. Fit the page and then the paper size. So it's up to you guys to decide. And then you print it out. So now it's printed. Let's see the result. And basically that's the way we have it. We have everything like that, organized and scaled and whatnot. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 20 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, I showed you how to create the sheets. Now we're ready to send it to Twinmotion. So before we do anything else, you want to make sure that you're in 3D view. You want to make sure you're in fine. And then in terms of your graphic display option, you could just put it in the realistic or anything right here. So now what we can do is to go to your DataSmith plugin and then export it to DataSmith. So once you do, go to your Revit. You can name this this one to whatever you want, but I'm just gonna name it like this one, and then click Save. And then open your Twinmotion. So for me, I already have it open. So I'm just going to select this, and then I have this one open right here. And then afterwards, I'm going to select this one right here and delete it because we don't need this starting views right here. And then we only need the ground, and then we're good with this. So now go to your import and click here, and then click open and go to the location where you save your DataSmith. And then for me, I have it right here. And then click import. Let's wait for it to be imported. And then here we could close this off afterwards. So I'm gonna close this off, hide navigation panel. And then as you can see, we have our modeled already placed right here. And then after that, let's go to file, and then you want to make sure you're signed in and then save your project. So I'm going to save it to the Twinmotion file, and then I'm going to name it as house, and then click save. And then after we save this, we can start changing the materials, and then this one as well. So the camera, we need to go to the detailed, and then we need to check parallelism. So this is very important. And then in the environment, we need to use HDRI, and then we're going to set up the backdrop. So let's wait for this first, and then we're going to use backdrop, and then we're going to use one of this HDR environment right here that we already have before, but because it's the new Twinmotion 2025 version, we're probably going to download it again. but as you can see, it's just loading a little bit. So here we have the default approaching storm. What we can do as well is to go to HDRI and then outdoor, and we have this DGAR 10 here. Approaching sun is the one that we have as a default, and then we have different kinds as well. So I'm just gonna use this for now, and then here we can change the orientation, and then we could change the all of this, the intensity, and then the size we can change, and then the height offset. Important to change the height offset right here. And then we need to look for something dark. Maybe this sunset fairway is a perfect one. I believe I used it before and it looks really nice, but we just need to download it for now and wait for it so that we could load it up here. I believe this one is good as well. And then anything that is dark, so that once we light up all of this, it will really reflect what we have. So might as well load or download stuff that we have, so that we could check which one is the right fit for our model. And then let's wait for this to finish, and then we're gonna go back later on, and then we're gonna check each and every one. So it's done loading. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drag it, and then I'm gonna place it right here. And then let's see how this one looks. And this one looks good, so I'm going to rotate it a bit, and maybe I'm just gonna choose this one, this background right here. It looks good right there. I'm going to height offset this one, and then the size. So that's looking good right there. So now I'm ready to go and change the materials right here by starting with the grass. I'm going to use this clear glass right here, and then I'm gonna increase the intensity and then the opacity, and then I'm going to color it something dark. And then here, if we go here, render, you want to make sure that lumen is checked, and then once we choose path tracer, we need to set this one up with the lowest form first. So now here, let's change this one to low first, so that it renders fast, and then we can see what it looks first. And then now we need to look where that where this one is, and I want all of this specialty equipment bulb or the light form to have a temperature like this. And then in terms of intensity, we're gonna lower it a bit, so around 2200, and then intensity to lower down. We don't need it to be too much, and we want it to have this one right here as well. So all of this light fixtures right here, the same one, I want it to have a warmer temperature. Something like that with a color. And then we're gonna see how this one affect the transparency of this one for the window. And then let's see this one. I think that's good for now. We can maneuver that later on. And then what we could do is we could set up the material. So for this one, I want stone right here. And then this one should be something like that. Scale it a little bit more so that the texture shows. And then for this one, the wood material that I want, you can choose this one right here and then scale it a bit again. And then we can change now the wall covering. So here I want it to be matte paint, and then change the color to something gray. So I'm gonna change it to dark gray like that. So that looks good right there. And then for this one, I want the satin paint white, and then I'm just gonna leave it like that. White paint right there. That's good. And then go to stone, and I want this one to have this one right here. So scale it a bit again. And then if we check Megascan surfaces, we can check more of a stone or a brick that we could change this one right here. We could put concrete. So we could go right here, concrete. And then we can have this one if you want, and then scale it a bit. Or we could have this one instead. I like that finish right there. And here we're going to add some light as well so that it illuminates the area right there. And then I'm going to scale this one a little bit more. So environment, size, I want to make it a little bit bigger so that we could have a nicer background. And then here for the grass, I want it to be greener. So ground, nature, and then grass. Let's put this one right here. And then for the man-made, I want this one right there. Side road for this one, scale it a bit. And then I want cobblestone for this one, scale a bit. And then here, this one, the asphalt right here. And then for the ground here, let's see here in the concrete side. I'm gonna use this soft concrete right here. And do this one as well. This one actually doesn't look nice enough, so I'm just going to use this asphalt right there, and then here, and then scale it a bit. I think that's good enough there. I want this one to be black. So this brush aluminum right there, and then the color to be black. And then that's the same one that we're gonna use for the mullions, and then for this one as well. And then after that, let's add in some neon, and we're going to use this one to lit up this part right here. There we go. So now that this is lit, as you can see, it looks much better. And then of course we're going to add more there later on. Let's go back and let's do some populate. I want to place, and then I want to scatter. Go to vegetation, and then we could add in some grass. I'm going to put in lawn, put it multiple times so that it becomes bulky there and it looks nicer for the green. There we go. So select all of them, and then after you select, click multiple times, and then here, as you can see, it is instantly populating the area right there. And then because everything is connecting, it's connected right here as well. So you have that perfect bush of trees right there. or sorry, grass, and that looks really nice. And then after that, there we go. Different layers. You can do multiple of that. And then here, once you select, you can check this one right here. You can make it dry, so to make it look nicer and realistic. So now if we see this, that is looking good right there, we're gonna add some trees, and then we're also going to add some materials right here, like vehicles. We can add the vehicle right now and then the trees later on. Okay, and then there you go. And then in terms of this one, I'm going to set the same brushed aluminum material over right here, so it becomes consistent right there. And then there you have it. We're going to add 3 slides on the next video, and some backgrounds as well. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 21 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add all the materials. As you can see, we have the materials added here. I'm going to select this one again, and I want to change the color a bit, because that one is too white. And then here, I just don't know how come we have something like that, so that's fine right there. And then afterwards, I want to go to my user library, and then I'm gonna select buildings, because here I have some houses that I already have. For example, this one, I could add it right here just for background purposes. And then I could rotate this a bit. There we go. And then here we could have this background right here. We can have this one at the background right here. then maybe this one on this side as well. And then with that, I'm happy with what we got there. So we have those background right there that it's good enough to populate the area. And then I'm going to add some cars as well. And then change this. So we're gonna have it like that, and maybe I'm going to go right here, and then the sizing to lower it a bit. And then now let's add in some vegetation, so some trees. I'm going to add some trees right here. There we go. Some trees that are perfect for the area. Okay. I want this one to age a little bit so that we could have this one just perfect enough on that part. And then to have this one right there. And then this one, we need to age it small enough to fit the area. Then I think that's good enough. So we have that grass there. So now that's looking good. I like the way this one looks. So now we need to add some light, spotlight first. put it in 3000, and then in terms of intensity, I'm going to put it at 10. So not too much. And then okay, grab it, put it in 1 meters, and then 2 of them. And then select one of them, and then let's copy it. Okay, I think that's perfect enough. 1 meter and then 2 more. Select this one. And then we have this. Just gonna add on that part. Move it a bit, pull it up, and then here every 1000 or 1 meter, and then 3 of them. And then that 3 is around 2000, then 2 more. So now everything is covered. We have that one added as well. Okay, so now we could add in some more right here. So for example, I want to add some lights from this. I'm gonna lower it down, and then I'm gonna add some lights at the top, and then inside right here. Then 2 more. So at least it's lit and we have something right there going. And then what we can do is we could add this part right here as well. Add some light here. Okay, so now add 1000, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1000, and then 6 more. And then this one as well. And then just add it onto the side. One. So, and then now what we can do is I'm gonna add in some curtains that I like, and I want to add it onto this location. The problem with this is you need to fix this one, this orientation, and then now once it's fixed, you'll be able to grab it properly and then rotate it 90 to go up. Okay, so now we could just move it like that and then add it here. Then here we need to make it smaller, so we select this, scale it, and there we go. I think that's good enough there. That's for background purpose. And that looks nice there. I'm going to make this one black. Okay, so that's looking good. Make sure to keep on saving. And then what I'm gonna do as well is to add some lights here that I'm going to rotate 180 degrees. There we go. So that's looking good right there. Just a little bit of light will pop up those ones right there. So now at least we have this one like that. And then I want to make this one a little bit more darker. Okay, so let's try and create a light there. So that's looking good. I want to check the rendering. I have lumens, quality, make it 3, bounce cut 3 as well, accurate, and then in path tracer, sample bounce, denoiser, if we put it in high, I want it to be 500. So now I'm just going to set it up like that first, and then what we can start now is to create our image. So I'm gonna start by doing this. I'm gonna do our image. So click here first. Image 1, like that. And then image 2. Let's go to image 1 first. I want to have this one tilted a bit like this. And then image 2 in the middle, and then image 3 right here. And then I'm going to change the camera, the focal length, to be significant like this. So around 43 is good. And then here 43 as well. And then you adjust. And then refresh, and then here 43 as well. And then click right there, and then maybe another one of this, but with a different season. So I'm gonna change this to a different season. There we go. And then maybe another one. we go. So we have our 5, and we want to make sure to render it with path tracer in high with 500, and then refresh it. I don't want any fog, so in your environment make sure that you don't have any fog. That's good enough. And then here, render it again. Path tracer, high, go to details, 500. And then refresh. And then this one as well. Path tracer, high. And then always don't forget to refresh it, or else it's not gonna stick to that settings. Okay, and then after that, quit media, and then now we need to select our video. But before that, I want to at least make this one lighter. Okay, so at least this one is lighter, and then we could set up. And then we go forward. And that is 7 seconds. And then here, maybe seconds, and then here is another 5 seconds, and then we go down. Then we go the right side, another 6 seconds, and then go up, five seconds. And then I want the loop like this.
here we have going out. Six seconds, and then going out right here. 6 seconds as well. And then you need to duplicate that. Rename this one first. Show reel, and then the other one is for my shorts. And then here you can change this to 1000 by 700. And then now we're good to export it. Select all, and then for the images select all as well, and then save it first, and then we're all good. You just need to export it right here. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.